Good afternoon. I want to call back into session the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Our meeting of June 13th, 2017, continuation of budget hearings, and thank folks for being with us this morning, and many have returned for the afternoon session, and we appreciate your attendance. We're going to go back into our regular order of things, and we do have a number of speakers, and so again, we'll get to those here in a bit. So we're going to go to, once we call the roll, establish a quorum, go to the next budget unit, which will be the Department of Human Assistance, Homeless Initiatives, and the other items, and then followed by Parks. And I think what I'm going to do is that when we get those two units, we will hear speakers on those, and then as we get to, so we don't lose the effect of it as we get to Department Health and Human Services, we'll take those in animal care and any other ones throughout the course of the afternoon. And we have some speakers on some general items as well, so I acknowledge that too. So, Flo, you're going to call the roll, then establish quorum, please.
Supervisor Cerna? Here. Kennedy? Here. Peters? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, then I know that County Executive got detained upstairs for a few minutes, and he's on his way down. So if you want to go ahead, Britt, you want to go ahead and introduce the, or I'll just invite Cindy up. Anything else you want to sum up from this morning, though?
I'm sorry?
Anything you wanted to sum up from this morning? If not,
I can answer a couple of the questions from this morning if you'd like, or you'd like to just go on.
Yeah, we'll keep going. We'll hold on that. I just didn't know if there's anything else you want. Okay, so with that, then I'll invite Ann Edwards and Cindy Kavanaugh to come forward in whatever order they choose to present the budget for Department of Human Assistance and talk about our county homeless initiative. So, Ann, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and members of the board. Oops, let's see here. Oh, it's up. Okay, I'm here today to talk about DHA's growth requests related to the homeless initiatives that were presented to you in March of this year. I'm not going to go into great detail on them because we did that in March, and I thought it would be more efficient to not do that. But just wanted to highlight the two overarching goals that were used in developing the strategies before you today. And those were to improve the crisis response system and increase pathways to permanent housing. We will accomplish this through the four initiatives on this slide. Redesigning the family shelter system, support the strategic use of transitional housing and preserve Mather Community Campus, create a new low-barrier shelter to shelter and rehouse persons experiencing long-term homelessness and not served in traditional programs. Implement a new supportive rehousing program employing intensive case management and housing to a highly targeted population in conjunction with dedicated housing choice vouchers provided through the Public Housing Authority. And position the county to compete for the state No Place Like Home resources to develop permanent supported housing for those experiencing serious mental illness. So the redesign of the family shelter system includes replacing CalWORKS funding with over $2 million in general fund to support emergency family shelters. After stakeholder input, an RFP was released, and we will return later this summer with proposed awardees for these contracts that should begin in October. The existing contracts will remain in place until that time. The redesign of the family shelter system also includes funding for a transitional housing program for families. Again, a stakeholder process was held, and then an RFP was released. We have received applications, and we will return later this summer with a proposed awardee for this contract. And again, existing contracts remain in place until new contracts are in place. Mather Community Campus serves over 183 individuals and 28 families annually in a transitional housing program. Due to the loss of over $2 million in HUD Continuum of Care funding, we are recommending an increase in general fund to support the continuance of this program located on county-owned property. We are both proposing new general fund along with repurposing of some general fund, bringing the total general fund contribution to almost $1.2 million. Volunteers of America is also working to secure additional funding to fill the gap. They will be applying for the SNAP Employment and Training Funds, and that RFP was released this May, and we will return to the board in August with proposed awards. Volunteers of America is also working with DHHS on the expansion of transitional living, sober living services on campus for women and families. A recommended expansion of the existing services will be presented to you later this summer. If all funding applications are successful, the Mather Community Campus will operate as they are now, with the exception of 8 family units that will come offline. We are recommending just over $1.1 million for a new low-barrier shelter and rehousing assistance for persons who are difficult to serve in traditional settings. This includes people with high barriers and folks living in encampments. Funding includes repurposing of $1 million from the local rapid rehousing contract, and staff are working on several different areas to target an opening date of early 2018. We are exploring multiple siting opportunities, and as you can imagine, this is a big challenge, as well as pursuing other funding opportunities such as CDBG for acquisition or capital costs, and Sutter Health's Getting to Zero regional campaign, where a preliminary application has already been made. Once a site is identified and secured and additional funding is secured, we will issue an RFP for the shelter operator and rehousing assistance. So Cindy is going to talk with you about the Flexible Supportive Rehousing Program, but I also want to add, it's not in the slides. These are 4 big initiatives, and it will require some additional DHA staff, so part of our growth requests includes 4 additional staff members to help us operate all of these new programs. And I'll turn it over to Cindy and stand by for questions, unless you have any for me right now.
And just before you do the podium, we'll get to the homeless piece of it, but you're also presenting the DHA budget, so if there are questions regarding any other element.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't want to lose focus on the homeless piece of it. I do want to come back. I want to ask you, I know I've had some inquiries about service delivery redesign and so forth, and what that means, what the measures are going to be. So I want to maybe ask a little bit about that, but we'll stay on target here relative to what we're going to. So any other questions? I have Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Kennedy punched up, so I'll take your questions first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know that I heard you preface presentation of these slides, these summaries, which I appreciate, as being a single year of multi-year budgeting for these various components. For instance, the full service shelter, I believe, is
partial year,
a 3-year commitment, and a total of about $8.6 million, including the funding that would come from, hopefully, comes from outside partners, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And what you see before you today is just funding request for 17-18.
Okay. It would
and
have
some
been,
of those are for a partial year as well, because we won't be operational on July 1st.
Sure. Okay. It would have been a little more enlightening, I think, to folks to understand where this fits in terms of multi-year growth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
It's related, but we don't often look at it as being related to homelessness, and I don't think we speak enough about it, and I'm going to be speaking about it over the coming year, and that's the issue of hunger. And, it's a very real issue that should be associated closely with homelessness. And once we start getting people more stabilized and more people housed, I think it's an area that we need to focus on as a county more than we sometimes do. One of the questions I have, I know in the past there's been the CalFresh outreach and enrollment we've had contracts with a variety of nonprofits and so forth. Am I correct in that we're not going to do that anymore?
Well, we have advised our providers that we are currently in the position of not renewing their contracts for outreach for next year as a result of the significant CalFresh allocation reduction from the state. So Mr. Ferguson talked about $1 million reduction. In the May revise, actually, that number got bigger. So we're looking at a significant reduction, and we are having to hold staff vacancies. We'll probably be back in September and may have to actually eliminate vacant positions. Hopefully they'll all be vacant. And so outreach is something that when we have extra CalFresh money, we do outreach contracts, and when we don't have the additional funds, that's something that we cut back on.
So if we're looking at cutting back on that and or eliminating some of it, I'd really be interested, Britt and Nav, in looking at a real analysis of the cost effectiveness of doing it that way. The numbers that have come in through those contracts as opposed to vis-a-vis the costs, as opposed to what it would cost if we had staff doing that, and just really do a thorough analysis of whether or not it's cost effective to do that, even in light of cutbacks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Ann? I'll catch up with you in a moment, but let's take the homeless initiative and come back to other DHA, and then we have some testimony. So, okay, thanks, Ann.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Cindy.
Excuse me, Chairman Natoli and members of the board. I'm just going to complete the discussion of the 4 initiatives by talking about initiative number 4, the Flexible Supportive Rehousing Program. As Ann said, it targets folks that have long-term histories of homelessness, typically have complicated health or behavioral health histories and challenges, and where extraordinary engagement and support is needed to successfully rehouse in permanent housing. Through contracted providers, this program will provide whatever it takes engagement and case management services, focused landlord recruitment, retention, and rehousing services, and will include ongoing rental assistance either through the limited allocation housing choice voucher or a flexible rental subsidy pool. So the county budget recommends $1.562 million in appropriations growth for just 6 months of program operations, which includes $765,000 in general fund growth and anticipates other revenue of $797,000. This augments $135,000 in existing general fund that will be reprogrammed from several navigators at Sacramento Steps Forward for a total general fund appropriation of $900,000, and that's all reflected in this slide. The annualized cost of this program will be about $3.4 million. To launch this program, work is underway in several areas. So staff is working with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency to ensure that some program participants will receive the limited allocation vouchers. And the PHA plan, or the Public Housing Authority plan, which facilitates that, will be before this body in July and then hopefully approved by HUD in mid-October. We're refining the population targeting based on preliminary work done by Social Finance with their Pay for Success feasibility study, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute a little bit more. But I want to recognize that the program infrastructure we're building to actually actively engage and rehouse folks can facilitate other kinds of funding and other kinds of populations. So, for example, we are partnering with and talking to Child Protective Services, who competed successfully for the state's Bringing Families Home funding for child welfare involved families needing permanent supportive housing. And you will hear about that grant opportunity, I believe, in July. But it was awarded over $860,000. So we think this infrastructure we're creating doesn't exist and can facilitate rehousing different populations. We have made a preliminary multi-year application to Sutter Health, and we believe this program aligns strongly with their Housing First orientation and demonstrates innovation and collaboration that's necessary to really get to scale to reach this population. And finally, work continues with stakeholders to ensure that the solutions, we have solutions-based partnering, that we are having as much flexibility in the tools and the approaches to reach folks so that we can meet that ambitious goal of 200 to 250 frequent users, high users, with this funding. We anticipate releasing the RFP in the summer and returning to the board with selected providers for a 2018 program start. Some people love this slide, some people do not love this slide, but it depicts a data analysis that was undertaken as part of that Pay for Success feasibility study. Now, we are awaiting the final report, but the data lays the groundwork for ongoing targeting in this program that incorporates usage and cost data from several major county systems overlaid with the homeless data. The slide graphically depicts the annual costs in these systems for 2015 and 16, and for the top 250 individuals experiencing homelessness, and shows that the average cost is over $42,000 a year. Now, not all costs will be reduced with this intervention or any permanent supportive housing intervention, but we do know there's strong evidence that costs will reduce in the utilization of homeless systems, health, and criminal justice systems. So the targeting approach for the FSRP program will be based on a usage methodology that's similar, but we've been refining it since March when we talked to you about it, to include a consideration of the community's prioritization for permanent supportive housing. So it considers chronicity of homelessness, length of homelessness, and the score, an assessment score that matches this population for a permanent supportive housing fit. And as we implement not only this part of the program, but all parts of the program, we intend to coordinate closely with Sacramento Steps Forward, as well as the broader providers within the community to really, we will need a broad collaboration for this program to be successful.
Cindy, excuse me, we have Supervisor Kennedy. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted one clarification that we have on this chart that you have here. We have Sheriff's Department costs, which are pretty significant throughout the 250, but that does not include correctional medical costs. Is that right?
Correct. It includes jail bookings and bed days.
So if we were to put that in, it would actually go even higher.
And that's one thing we can do over time. We can actually make this to reflect whatever cost we want. These are the systems that are going to capture your frequent users. Right. So while there are other costs, this is really the major systems. But you're right, we can expand this to incorporate other costs.
Thank you.
I would consider that a major system piece of the cost, if you look at it at least on the cost factor. So, yeah, thanks. Okay, Cindy.
I am done.
Oh, okay. Supervisor Peters.
One of the costs here that's a constant is victimization costs. And what do you consider victimization costs?
So there are a lot of footnotes to this data, and because it was done by these data guru folks, but they are victimization costs are averaged for one thing. And if you could bear with me for a second, I can find, it's based on tangible costs, which include such things as direct economic losses or property damage. It includes intangible costs, such as productivity loss and quality of life. It does not include criminal activity related to, say, drug use or something like that, if it doesn't involve those other kinds of losses.
So it's, if you're a business owner, say, who is having to clear out needles and feces from the front door of your business and other things like that, that's the victim, in addition to homeowners and others.
That's correct. And you'll see that these are these are based on studies of those costs, so there's a methodology behind them. That's why they're a flat line cost. Mm-hmm. They're not actually tracked on an individual basis. Would be pretty hard to do that.
Okay. And then other county costs. Maybe you could send me what the footnotes are. Sorry, rather than
be happy to.
So if I may, the contractor that is doing this, unfortunately, we didn't get the report done. But next week, all of the board is going to be getting a very thorough report with a lot more slides and the backup information.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Supervisor Cerna. Thanks.
Thank you,
Kennedy.
Has staff given any thought to having a dashboard set up at least for the four elements of the four initiatives: the family system redesign, transitional housing, full service sheltering, and flexible supportive rehousing?
Yes, we are very fortunate that our own Department of Technology has very skilled staff, and they do a large number of dashboard type things for us at DHA already. And the division chief came with us to Los Angeles when we went and met with the providers and learned all about the programs, and he's already talking about how to build a dashboard.
Okay, and then is there any expectation of how frequent we would get a report back in open session about progress to date?
6 months.
Every 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other piece of it is we've had our first meeting with Sacramento Steps Forward where we talked about having access to HMIS data, because that's a lot of the data in this slide came from HMIS. And so we're working through we have another meeting scheduled, because if we have access to HMIS data, then we can combine that with what we're doing and really give you a good, clear picture of what's going on.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me about Los Angeles, because as I understand it, some of the program work that we're doing is similar to what they're doing. And so they've been at it longer than we have. Do they have any preliminary results back on the success or not of their programs? And if not, when do you think they'll have it?
So they started their program, I'm going to say 2011, and they are picking up the pace. They started at a similar first-year goal of 300, but they are at 2,500, I believe, at this point that they have actually rehoused. They're a program that have now attracted investment by folks like probation and jails, et cetera, because the mechanism is working to rehouse folks. And they also shared with us that they are, because they continue the services, as long as folks need them in housing, they are not scheduled to end, and that includes keeping the owners happy, moving folks if they need to move, et cetera. So they have very much a hands-on approach to keeping people successfully housed. I'm going to say they're in the high 90s in terms of retention. And at this point, folks have been housed for a year or 2 or 3 years.
Well, the gentleman that came and talked to us last year from Los Angeles County talked about this big report that they did. And so these items that we've taken on were from a previous initiative that the county had?
Actually, the fourth initiative, this one, is really from something that they've had underway prior to those initiatives. We really modeled the rehousing shelter after the San Francisco Navigation Center. This program, number 4, is under a RAND study right now, so they will actually have a very rigorous study of the results of that.
Okay. Well, I think the point I have is Supervisor Cerna mentioned getting a report back
Yes.
to us. But I'd like to see comparisons of how successful we are and how our success rates compare to other jurisdictions that have engaged in a similar program.
And as you recall, LA has
and the costs.
Has 47 initiatives, and so as we implement these, I think we will look to see what's the next ring of initiatives.
And they have a dedicated tax too to help fund it.
Yes.
Right. I'm not trying to compare us to their much larger program, but these are specific elements to their program that we're, I don't want to say replicating, but are similar to. I'm kind of surprised that they're only at 300 if they started.
3,000.
Oh, I thought I heard you say.
The first year was 300.
Start out 300.
The first year is a heavy lift because you're
getting everything
figuring it out. Yeah.
Where we are now.
Mm-hmm. So, and my point was they've actually been able to ramp up once they have.
And see, the reason to get the
contracted.
comparison is that they've been at it for several years. I'm not sure exactly how many, but if it was 2010 or 11, and we're in 2017, let's say 5 or 6 years. And still, when you compare the 50,000 homeless that they have to the number, we don't have our numbers back yet, but let's say 3,000, just to pick one, it's the statistics would give us the ability to compare the percentage of individuals that go on to this program in comparison to larger county. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Cindy, I want to dive into a couple different aspects of what's in this broader context, and it may not be on this initiative entirely, but something stuck with me when we had discussion last fall, and it related to, particularly with winter shelter, but the vouchering program, which can go on all year long, depending upon the nature of some family situations and so forth. And I guess one of the things that really stuck with me was the lady's testimony who stood right there where you're standing and said that she had to make a choice between sleeping in her car with her children or going in, getting vouchered into a motel where, her kids were going to get bit all over the face by bed bugs. And what I'm going to suggest that if we're going to utilize vouchers, and they're going to $80 a night, roughly, for taking folks who are in need of shelter, then we need to have a program that makes sure that whoever's on our approved list for, vouchering, and I know sometimes we're scrambling, I get all that, but they need to either have had environmental, not just an annual inspection, we need to know before the season, and again, some of these are marginal properties. Nonetheless, I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers and the folks that put up the money that we voucher over with, nor fair at all. Again, it's better maybe in some cases sleeping out in terrible elements, but given the choice that lady was given, I probably would have taken the car. And so I guess what I'm going to suggest is that as a part of this initiative that we improve our game and we work with those private entrepreneurs, hoteliers, moteliers, whoever they are, and that we have in a program, we enroll them, and that their elevators work, they have clean linens, that they don't have bed bug problems, and whatever else it takes, and whether that's code enforcement or working through DHA. But I don't think it's fair to everybody involved that we continue to voucher folks into situations like that. I know there's urgency, and when it's cold and rainy out there, you're trying to get shelter for folks, but that to me is just intolerable. And it's been on my mind. I know I've kind of raised it. I think I've had some general conversations with folks about it. And I think that needs to be an element of one of the measures that we hold ourselves to in performance, but also to the folks who are receiving basically that subsidy from the government to provide temporary shelter for folks. So I don't know if Ann or Cindy, you have any thoughts about that, but we need to figure out how we're going to do it, and we work with other entities within the county and cities, if they're in the cities, if they're in the city. And again, if it makes us scramble more, then I guess that's a challenge we're going to have. But I don't find that tolerable to put people in those situations, at least at government expense.
So I think we'll split this response. So the initiative number one is really intended to serve families that currently are not able to access our shelters that we fund.
Right.
And so we think initiative one will address, maybe indirectly, but will address having access within shelters that obviously meet many standards. And we think the flow created by the metrics that we're using will also create more capacity. So we're doing things in initiative one to have folks be really where they can really get the services and be sheltered in a safe way. And then Ann can speak to the use of the motel.
Because that's not speaking to vouchers specifically, though. This is transitional versus vouchers. And I talked about, I know the winter shelter.
Are you talking about the housing choice vouchers or the motel vouchers?
No, motel vouchers. I'm not winter shelter,
yeah.
motel vouchers, yeah.
So we continue, and it's a daily struggle. We continue to try and find appropriate motels that will take our vouchers and that are in good condition for the folks that we refer there. And it is an ongoing day-to-day challenge, and we do partner with code enforcement and work very closely with them and do our very best. Sometimes people do want to be inside regardless versus being outside. And we were working very hard with code on these motel situations. Well, and we're hoping that the capacity in the emergency family shelters, particularly for families, that will have more, hopefully, flow through those shelters so that families can actually go to the shelter versus a motel, right, if we don't have a housing opportunity for them.
Well, right, and I know that, but we get to a situation, particularly during the winter period, where we get overflow, and or we get situations that are exigent that we didn't expect, and you get numbers. And again, I want to certainly compliment our staff and all the folks that work so very hard. When again, some of those same hearings, we had testimony from some of the folks in the audience on behalf of folks at Mustard Seed School and elsewhere, and response was quick, and it resulted in helping sort out some of those situations and getting some immediate shelter for folks with, particularly families with children, but others who were in distress. I guess I want to just come back to this point though, because it's not all just a DHA issue, and I guess Nav, I just would look to you that I think that before we get into winter shelter next year, and particularly with the vouchers, and we voucher all year long, but generally most in the winter months, that we need to have some sort of standard by which we gauge who we're going to, how we're going to voucher those into to those particular properties, because rewarding a rundown property that has, we'll take them because couldn't rent to any one of us sitting up here or anybody sitting in that audience probably on the open market. That's not a good enough excuse to say that, well, that's all we've got. We need to demand more of the industry out there, and I get it. You're in kind of a catch-22, but that, that sticks with me, what was said here, and I believe that was just reflective of some of the situations. And again, I know our folks scramble to get folks shelter, but I'm not thinking some of those circumstances are any better than if they were out in the elements, and I could be wrong about that. But so however we deal with that, and some of those properties are in the city, they may be in other cities, maybe even outside the county, I don't know. But I think we need to have a list that we feel comfortable and that any one of us, given some desperate circumstances, would find at least acceptable for a night or two. But if that that may be a subjective measure, but it's one I think is pretty good. That is I would say about our families, our kids, ourselves. That if it's something that would make you guys go then I would think that that's a good reason for us to say, well, we're not going to give you $80 per person per night or per room or whatever it is, and reward you in that regard. We're going to go find someplace else, and we'll have to scramble harder. So I don't know what it takes to do that, but I would like to see us get to that point if we could. So, and if I could, I wanted to just ask about Mather Community Campus. So I trust we'll get a report back on that for a winter shelter as to how we're going to do that, and maybe give some forewarning to folks. Better start cleaning your act up. Otherwise, some of those dollars you got last year, you're not getting this year, and you're certainly not going to get our folks, our humanity, placed in your in your lodging facilities. I wanted to ask, just about the suggestion, and Supervisor Peters offered this at the hearing in January, and I know a couple of us chimed in, and we had a little bit of touch back on it relative to some of the rundown properties that could be acquired potentially, and how we might operate those, rehab them and so forth. Some of the motels that we continue to struggle with, irrespective of any voucher program or homeless initiative. And so I guess I'm curious as to what, if anything's been done around that. What do we intend to do? It has some challenges, but sometimes that capital investment could be one where we could deal with neighborhood community issues and also find a good, affordable, acceptable, at least temporary housing for folks, and or more permanent supportive housing. And so I guess I'm curious as to what, if anything, is happening with that, because it's not even embedded in any of this as I read it. So
we have been studying that issue. It requires pretty good capital up front, and we need, once we get these proposals through, we want to work with Supervisor Peters a little bit more about fleshing the idea out. We have looked at, if we issue debt, what would that look like? As I mentioned in the onset, it's just getting the capital into this that we're struggling with.
Well, maybe we go to the business community and seek out a partner, where, again, there's some incentives. We bring certain things to the table, particularly in the unincorporated area.
Yeah, we are talking about that, Don.
Yeah.
It's a question of the money, where it comes from, and then a typical loan doesn't give you 100% funding. You need equity, and where that comes from, it's expensive and complicated. But maybe next year I don't see why we couldn't lease a whole motel, or 10 of them, or where we have an opportunity to go in and debugify them, clean them up, and go in once a month, where then you know exactly how many spaces you have, and we're not jumping around like this. It'd be worth reviewing to see how much that costs, I think.
Yeah, maybe you get a block of rooms, and you make sure there's a certain
That's for the
standard.
temporary shelter
Right.
versus the permanent shelter.
Right. But I've got some candidates in the district I represent that continue to house folks in, I think, pretty marginal, if not substandard situations, and would be, I think it would be welcome to the community to know that they had certainly some oversight and an improved property, and it might provide a better situation for some of the folks we're currently vouchering in on a random basis, wherever we can fit them into. So we'll get more information back on that, because again, if we don't buy them, to Susan's point, then maybe there's another way to address this before we get into the winter season, and are just scrambling all over again, and we're back to where we were. I wanted to ask one other question about Mather Community Campus. We're bridging this over this year, and appreciate the level of attention this has gotten. So how does this comport with the lowering of the barrier for the campus, as it was at least approved by this body some 20 years ago now? Are they going back to the clean and sober model with the county funding, or are they going to meet the low barrier or some combination thereof?
So we've been working with them since they realized the funding was gone from HUD,
Right.
and they have transitioned the program to what I would characterize as something in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So we have committed to working with them to make sure that's working, which includes taking from coordinated entry, having it be a program that facilitates, encourages, supports, and clean and sober, so it's in that kind of an environment. And so I would say it's modified. It was described more fully in the March report, but it's not.
At that point, we hadn't yet put the money into it, so we're going to be putting the money into it. So I think that nailing that down, Cindy, yes, it was described, and I appreciate the work that's been done around it. And again, I'm very supportive of that program, but I think once we're now buying into it, then we need to have an understanding, again, what that means, and so that for those of us who may get inquiries from the community, it's very well supported, but at least I can say with a straight face, it's a hybrid from what it was. It's working. You can continue to have safeguards for both folks that are in the program, but also for the community relative to some of those things that are important for good outcomes.
We can provide that level
Okay.
of detail to you.
Okay, I think that would be very helpful to have that. So, and just as it relates to the campus itself, and again, I know Supervisor Frost was there the other evening and was much appreciated. We were there for the annual graduation, and I know, Ann, you've been there in years past, Paul as well. I reference that because the campus is, well maintained, but it's looking worn around the edges, and we have a pending sale of property out at Mather, and I won't get too far into this because Ms. Peters would have to recuse herself of getting too much conversation. I just would say that when that sale gets consummated, I would like to have that item talked about what we reinvest in the campus, which is our investment. We're investing in the programmatic side of that, and I think we're long overdue for the time when we can have a look at that. And Nav, you and I have talked about that, and so before we start counting those dollars in the general fund for other needs, we need to look to Mather initially to see what that would generate, and we're going to lose some parking revenues and so forth. So that's all I'll say about that at this point in time. But, okay. All right. Any other questions or comments for Cindy?
Thank you. We're looking forward to the upcoming work with these funded initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, good. And Ann, just before you leave, if I could just catch you, and then we'll take some testimony here. I have had recent conversation from some of the represented employees about the redesign, and I know you've been engaged in that as we've looked at consolidation of some of the existing office areas and begin to move that around. And I guess the question I wanted to ask about that in light of the recent discussion with some folks is that recognizing that obviously change can challenge folks. I think the idea is obviously to, as stated here, to improve the customer and staff experience. What sort of measures are we going to use behind this task-based telephone, attention? Because I think changes can be difficult, but how are we going to measure that related to folks who are on assistance, who may need things, and and now they're going to have less locations to go to, assuming they're going to go phone or internet or whatever. And so, can you just take a moment, because this is a big initiative, and I don't know what sort of dollar statements are associated with it, if any, but I trust there are some that at least is alluded to in the budget document.
Right. So the rollout of the Medi-Cal CalFresh Service Center several years ago has proven to be very successful. We track everything. We have, again, I have to do a shout out to our Department of Technology, because we track every task, every phone call. We can track how quickly people are getting benefits. We can track how long they're waiting on the phone, how long the phone call takes, how long it takes to get a case approved. I mean, I can tell you almost anything about what happens in a service center environment. And we'll be able to do that for the CalWorks Service Center as well.
So when it says right here in the experience, and the experience is part of, relating, I mean, whether you're a caseworker or you're a supervisor, you're somebody working the front lobby, or, and again, very demanding task and demanding jobs, no doubt about it. But part of that is connecting that, I have a question, but maybe there's something deeper. But if all I do is a phone or internet connection with somebody, sometimes things then multiply, and you're talking about caseloads of thousands of people. I mean, caseload or overall caseload of thousands of people in this county. So how do we measure that?
Well, that is a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. So I'm going to talk about the customer first and then the staff.
Okay.
So, and I'll do it like via a pretend case. Imagine that you are a single mom with 3 children and no car, and you need to apply for aid. And you have to take maybe light rail, 2 buses to get to a lobby where you may have to wait anywhere between 20 minutes and 2 hours to see a worker to get your benefits. In a service center environment, you can call on the phone and give all the information to someone on the phone. You can also go online and apply. You don't ever have to leave your home and take your kids around on a bus. When you need
That's assuming you're online, if you have the ability.
And most of our customers are. We have found that most of them are. But you can do it all on the phone, too. If you need, and we do, we ask for all kinds of verifications, driver's license, birth certificate, social security cards. Most of our clients and customers have smartphones. They can take a picture of their required document, can upload it into the system via My Benefits CalWin, and never have to come into the office at all. So there are tremendous benefits to the customer in terms of ease of use. We were just talking yesterday about a sort of a tagline is call, click, or come in. So they can call, they can go online, or they can still come in. We anticipate a significant reduction in people coming in when they realize how easy it is to do this on the phone or via the internet. But we still are going to have the option for people coming into the office. We're closing just one physical location, and we'll be working really closely with the customers in the community there around the communication plan on how we roll this out. So that's from the customer experience perspective. From the employee, the staff person, if you're in CalWorks, let's say you have a caseload, and I'm not even sure what caseloads are right now, 300-400 cases, and you're completely responsible for all of those cases. If you are sick or go on vacation, you're still responsible for those cases. Phone call comes in, client has a question, and the person is out, they get a voicemail, they might not get a call back for a week, then they call and ask to talk to a supervisor. Under a service center model, the entire organization is responsible for the entire caseload. So if a customer has a question and calls in, they will get a live person. They don't leave a voicemail with a worker that may or may not be on vacation or on sick leave. So for the employee, when they're not there, they're not assigned to new work. So when they go home at the end of the day, they're done with their work at the end of the day. Instead of having piles and piles of cases and things to do on those cases waiting for them while they're either sick or on vacation. So there's a significant benefit, I think, to both the customer and the employee.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the explanation. And again, I didn't mean to get too much detail, but again, it's pointed out in the budget document, and if I have any questions, I certainly can follow up with you. So
okay,
thanks. All right, anything else for Ann at this point on DHA-related budget units? Okay, if not, we do have some speakers, and stand by if we have any other questions. Okay, folks that signed up a few hours ago, I have Bob Erlenbush, followed by Shireen Miles, followed by Mike Jaskey. I'm going to put the 2.5 minutes on the timer, so hopefully that'll be enough for folks. So
just a quick question. Bob Erlenbush, the Sacramento Coalition to End Homelessness. How long do we have?
I'm going to give you 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Because we got a whole bunch of speakers.
I signed up for a couple of things, but
yeah, I have them for other ones too. I've got you. I can call you. Let you call it. You forget.
Which one are we doing now? Homeless?
I do them all at once. Okay, I'll give you 4 minutes to do all because you got 3 speakers sheets in here. Okay,
sure.
All right. I'm going to give you 4. That takes care of 3. Okay.
Supervisor Kennedy, thank you for bringing up the nexus between hunger and homelessness. As you know, just to refresh your memory, we currently have about 290,000 eligible people for CalFresh in Sacramento County, of which there's 214,000 enrolls. That leaves, we do well for our county, we're 9th out of 58 states, but that leaves 75,000 people who are hungry and food insecure. You talked about the economic multiplier, which is real. For every $5 that's spent on CalFresh, and this is around the country, it generates $9 in economic activity. That's $1.80 for every time a person on CalFresh goes to the local market and spends. That, a $300,000 loss, I asked a couple of the contractors, that they assist 3,000 people, households that receive CalFresh, and another 1,500 to maintain their CalFresh benefits. So we are losing $300,000 that helps 4,500 people either stay or get on CalFresh. That's $67 per person annually. That makes absolutely no economic sense. And in my letter to you, I said, and of course you need to balance out quality of life issues, but the golf course you spend $7 million plus. That's 25 times what you're going to cut out of a $300,000 budget. I love golf. I'd pay an extra amount. So for 18 holes, not to have anybody in our county, women, children, seniors, go hungry. It's unconscionable. You need to find $300,000 of general fund to keep the CalFresh contracts alive to help 4,500 people annually. To do less would be unconscionable. As it relates to the park, okay to talk about park rangers?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I give you 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You can talk about the weather outside if you want.
Well, let's talk about the Warriors. Let's talk about something fun.
Go ahead, Bob.
But at any rate, we fully support the full-service shelter and the variety of things that were just mentioned in the previous presentation. $2 million increase to fund 13 additional workers. $2 million specifically would fund 120 shelter beds for youth on an annual basis. $2 million would fund 142 families, for example, in the Next Move program. The lessons learned from Ferguson is that fines and fees that create crushing financial debt on people is unconstitutional. I took the liberty of, and thank goodness the Park Rangers website is transparent. I printed out the latest, if you might. I printed out the latest citations and camp closures from the park rangers. Just from January to May of this year, the park rangers have given out 420 citations. At $230 a ticket, that's $96,600 in citations for people who can't afford it, who have no or low income. The graph that we just saw about the 250 people, and you asked the question, but I would ask it even further, is the sheriff's costs. If we're going to continue to write citations and increase the park rangers by 13 citation writers, basically, and sanitation workers, etc., how many more people will go to jail because they can't pay that citation? Why were the blue lines for the sheriff's department so high? What were those people in jail for, and why? Those are the kinds of questions we need to ask before we continue to criminalize homeless people. Okay. The river is beautiful. It should be maintained. We should do year-round full-service shelters and expand them from 1 to 5. There's hundreds, if not thousands, people on the river. You open up a full-service center, that's only going to help 100. What happens to the other 900? They wind up in jail? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, Shireen, and then Mike Jaskey.
Sure. Chair Natoli, other members of the Board of Supervisors, and the county staff, I want to thank all of you for this opportunity. I represent Sacramento area congregations together. My name is Shireen Miles. We've been working on this issue for a number of years. We appreciate the opportunity to have met just recently with several of you to talk with you about our policy positions that Mike is going to talk in a little bit more detail about. In short, to summarize, we appreciate the programmatic expansion of services for the homeless that your budget represents, and we support it. We strongly support the creation of a full-service rehousing center. We're appreciative of the proposed allocation of the continuation of funds for Winter Sanctuary and to continue the Mather Community Campus. What we wanted to challenge you to do as a county is to come up with a comprehensive plan to end homelessness. That's, I think, the one piece that is missing is that we don't have an overall focus. The last thing I wanted to say is that we invite you all. We are holding a community forum on homelessness on August 23rd at St. Mark's Methodist, and so please keep August 23rd open on your calendar so you can join us. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Shireen. Okay, next Mike, and then Mike's followed by Eric Frame. We didn't make you come back a second time, Mike, in order to speak. I remember he said in January he didn't get a chance to talk until March, but anyway.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and Supervisors. My name is Mike Jasky, also representing Sacramento area congregations together. And the copy you're getting of our detailed policy recommendations, please follow along. I'm going to refer to pages and try to just hit some highlights. So page 2. Sacramento needs to have a plan to end homelessness with specific action steps and designated funding streams to accomplish this goal. The proposals that staff has put forward and that you approved in concept in March are great, but by themselves they're not going to solve the problem. There will still be hundreds, if not thousands, of people who are either in shelters or on the streets. We ask that the county staff lead an effort to develop a comprehensive plan. The community needs to know the scale of the problem, what existing programs exist and what they're going to accomplish, what more is needed, what additional measures are going to cost, and how long they'll take. We don't have that. Everything you've heard about today is great, but it's not enough, and we don't know how much is missing that is necessary. Emergency shelter capacity. We need to house everybody. It's just unconscionable that after all of this effort for these years, people are still under the bushes or down by the river or indoor steps. It's just tragic. The housing shelter that the staff proposes is great, but its clientele should be those people who are the most vulnerable, who cannot fit into the existing shelter system for one reason or another. We think you should consider funding conversion of all the existing adult shelters that aren't 24/7. You're throwing people out during the daytime. They're wandering around. They're causing trouble. Their quality of life would be better. The community would be better off if you would fund those shelters to operate 24/7. Page 4. You need to try to have county staff's programs operate within the coordinated entry system. We don't need a bunch of parallel systems cherry-picking particular clientele because they're a high user from this perspective or that perspective. You doing that, city doing that, continuum of care doing their HUD-mandated coordinated entry. Everyone should be operating through the same overall system, and if you want to fund specific programs for specific people, at least move them through a common system so they get to that point eventually. And finally, as you're well aware, permanent housing is the ultimate goal. You need to pursue all of the avenues that you can. We're completely supportive of the staff's flexible supportive housing proposal, but the way I heard Cindy describe it today, it's not going to deal with all of the folks who are not the high users, who are regular homeless or in shelter, who are going to attempt to be a beneficiary of your opening up of a limited housing priority, either in the city's public housing or your housing choice vouchers. Those people need help. They need support. They can't just be dumped into those housing opportunities. In closing, as representatives of the faith community, we implore you to act compassionately toward the homeless people in our county, the least among us, and do what you can to scale up efforts to shelter and house everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Eric Frame, and then Eric's followed by Darrell Rutherford, followed by Ryan Luthborough. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello. Nice to be here. From the numbers I've found, we have 13,000 homeless in the Sacramento County. That's 10,000 more than the 3,000 estimate I often hear. So that's a lot. It's some of the stuff sounds great. Maybe 250 people here and there we're helping out. That sounds good. I'd like to add a tiny house village proposal to the budget. I think this would create jobs. In fact, you could hire some of the homeless to help build their own tiny homes. I know many, and many would love that. It would create jobs. It would get people off the street. It provides good PR for the city. And that would go in line with having Sacramento more of a destination city and more of a tourist attraction, because we're lacking that right now with 13,000 people homeless in the county. Pardon me. Beyond that, so a tiny house village I think would be a great idea, investment opportunity to invest in the people. Beyond that, recently public bathrooms have been being shut down, closed, or locked, or replaced with more swanky restaurants in public parks even. So as we've mentioned, there's a problem with a lot of defecating around the city, and it's quite embarrassing for our city, to be honest. And I think providing simple porta potties would be one step that the county could take to keep the city clean. Again, some public bathrooms were mysteriously closed by the city or replaced, so we need those porta potties so that we're not surrounded in poop. Mr. Cerna, you mentioned homelessness is not a crime, and I agree with you. Unfortunately, the city is treating it as a crime right now. We have a no camping ordinance up and running, which means the removal of people's blankets and tents, and some are dying in the street because of it, including 4 to 5 that froze to death, one that froze to death on the steps of City Hall this last winter, which was a harsh winter, if you recall. So I've been going to City Council and trying to get them to repeal the no camping ordinance, which is inhumane, as Mayor Steinberg has said in the past. And I would wager to say it's also unconstitutional because of our Amendment 14 rights, which state that no state should deprive their citizens of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Besides this ordinance being unconstitutional itself, the law part, it is removing property from people, and in doing that, it's also removing life. And the liberty is the right to live as one wants to live, and in the state we're in, the economy we're in, homelessness is a liberty version of life that's only available at the moment.
Eric, if you could wrap it up, please.
Sure. Yeah, one final point is we had, $37 million in discretionary reserves, and that is an embarrassingly low number, I hear. But I think it's more embarrassing to have 13,000 homeless in the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Darrell, followed by Ryan, and then followed by Aaron Johansson. Good afternoon, Darrell.
Good afternoon, Chair Tolley, Supervisors, staff, Daryl Rutherford, Executive Director of the Sacramento Housing Alliance, and I know you received our letter, and I've had a pleasure of meeting with many of you, including county exec staff, over the last few weeks. Not quite sure why our letter didn't make it in public record, but wanted to be sure that that was known, that it's out there, and should have been included in the public record for this discussion.
It should be in the clerk's material, yeah?
Yes, I'll confirm that.
Okay, we'll make sure it's out there.
Okay, thank you. You know, we've been talking a lot about affordable housing and the homelessness crisis, but, you know, as Erica Smith from the Sacramento Bee most recently put it, we're now in a catastrophe. We're beyond a crisis. We are in need of over 62,000 affordable homes for very low and extremely low income households. Development has been slow, which then equates to small amounts of money being raised through your development in lieu fees, both on the commercial side and the residential side. You know, federal and state investments have been reduced, reduction of 66% of funding since 2008, which is approximately a $44 million loss annually for the county. Since 2000, median rents have increased by 18%, while median renter income has declined by 11%. All of this equates to the catastrophe that Erica Smith has alluded to. We need every available resource allocated to these strategies that are proven to reduce homelessness and make sure that more affordable homes are put in place to help end and prevent homelessness. Since the demise of redevelopment, we have been advocating for many years to use boomerang funds on affordable housing development and strategies to end homelessness, and we are greatly pleased to see that's included in the recommendations this year by the county exec's report. And we hope that we can continue to see this happen as years go on. There are also some issues that we've heard around code enforcement. We know that you guys have a rental housing inspection program, and the loss of, or the not increasing the resources to that, I think, gets to your point that you mentioned, Mr. Natoli, about people having to find places that are not quite suitable on a nightly basis and things like that. But lastly, we want to be sure that you understand that we are here to support your efforts and work with you in order to find strategies and other funding sources to help meet this affordability catastrophe we're in. We will be meeting with you guys all very soon to discuss finding new sources of funding and figuring out how we can all come together as a community to ensure that every Sacramentan has an affordable home to go to every night. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with you.
Great. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you for your work and for your leadership as well. Okay, Ryan Lipro, and
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Ryan had a scheduling conflict and he wasn't able to get back, so he's asked me to speak in his stead.
Well, he's well represented.
Thank you. My name is Ben Avey, and I'm actually a new member of the Sacramento Steps Forward team. And we wanted to come here today to first thank you for your continued commitment to ending homelessness and the leadership that you are showing with your new initiatives. To help inform those conversations, we thought that it would be appropriate for us to report out on some of the housing outcomes that we had from the continuum of care in 2016. I do believe that you guys have a short handout that we were able to give. In short, in 2016, the continuum of care actually worked with 7,619 homeless households. Of those, we were able to house 2,232 of them. We lost contact with 1,600, meaning they either moved into temporary housing, jail, hospital, or we just did not have contact for them for 90 days. And sadly, 3,787 households remain homeless. This information is based on what comes out of HMIS, so this is different than, say, a point-in-time count that will be released later this year. Now, under our county contract for homeless street outreach workers, we were able to, with the 5 navigators we had, we were able to work with 786 people and successfully housed 260 people under that contract. interestingly, between our county contract and our year-end numbers, some of our greatest successes actually came from what we call assisted resolution, which is where a navigator or a service provider from the continuum of care, many of which are represented here, actually worked with a client and was able to get them housed using non-subsidized housing. So maybe it was family reunification, maybe they helped them with employment and were able to get them back into a job. But some of our greatest successes were there, and I think that's a number we want to highlight in the future. In the coming year, we will be working to expand that program. We're actually working on a diversion program that builds on our assisted resolution success and some of the best practices that we have learned from that, as well as we will be working with county staff on the new county initiatives and winding down our outreach navigator contract by September 30th so those resources can be reallocated. I will cede the balance of my time, but happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Ben. Any questions of Ben? If not, thank you for sharing the statistics and certainly for your work and partnership in serving the homeless in our community. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, Aaron Johansson, followed by Frank Topping, followed by Joan Burke.
Good afternoon, Chairman Natoli and Supervisors. I'm another stand-in. Aaron asked me to present on behalf of TLCS, one of your contracted mental health and homeless providers. She had to attend a health committee meeting with SSF. We would like to go on record in support of the 4 homeless initiatives to be included as part of your FY 17-18 budget. We believe the programs resulting from this new effort, working in concert with existing programs and providers in the homeless community, to be further complemented by the new proposed Mental Health Urgent Care Center to be presented by Dr. Heller later this afternoon, will enhance the safety net of programs and services for homeless individuals, including individuals who live with psychiatric disabilities in our community. We acknowledge this difficult community effort and the long-term challenge this has presented, but we would like to thank DHA and this board for their ongoing support for persons who are homeless and persons with special needs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for your work as well. Okay, Frank Topping, Frank, and then Joan Burke, and then Casey Nettle.
I'd like to let this stream if I could. Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and Supervisors.
Good afternoon, Mr. Topping.
Thank you. What I'd like to mention is 2 different terms that are often misused as far as homelessness goes. That's the term transient, which really doesn't apply because most of our homeless are homegrown, not here from someplace else. And also the term mitigation. We often hear of homeless mitigation services, and generally this applies to law enforcement services. I'd like to reiterate what Bob Erlenbush stated, that jailing people and fining them doesn't help their situation. It compounds homelessness terribly. Touching on what an earlier gentleman said, the slides that I've got up, duplication of Coyote Village, their formative startup up there in Olympia, Washington. First Step Communities, a project by Professor Steve Waters, is an excellent example. It's been proposed locally. This would be something that should be replicated regionally in several different sites. I noticed that the outreach workers, the navigators from Sacramento Steps Forward were cut. I'm not sure that I understand why. At any rate, one other thing I'd like to touch on is item 35. Coming up, I actually have a card in for that. Are you going to have separate
Yes,
comment?
yeah, we can call you back on that on the consent items if you'd like to, Frank.
Okay.
Good, we'll call you back on that. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the pictures from the Coyote Village.
You bet.
Okay, Joan, and then Casey, and then Amy Williams. Good afternoon, Joan.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Joan Burke from Loaves and Fishes. Loaves and Fishes strongly supports the 4 initiatives on homelessness that are in the budget. We really appreciate the fact that you're willing to dedicate substantial resources to homelessness. I'd also like to echo what the Sacramento Housing Alliance said. To truly address homelessness, we have to increase the stock of housing that is affordable to extremely low-income people. And lastly, Chair Natoli, I'd like to report back on the woman, Jessica, who had appeared before you and shared her family's circumstances and the inadequacy of the motel. With the help of Mustard Seed staff and with the resources that the Department of Human Assistance could bring to bear, most notably rapid rehousing funds, she and her family are now in housing. She is working full-time as a medical transcriptionist, and the whole family is doing very, very well. And so I'd also like to thank you for that type of help that really, truly does help families move out of homelessness and hopefully never return. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Jane. That's good. That's great news. Thank you. Okay, Casey. Casey Ennell? From Mustard Seed, Casey leave? Okay. Amy Williams? You are. Very good. I got ahead of myself. Thanks. Okay. Roland Reeves. And then Roland's followed by Kathy Cresswell and Susie Dotson.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Roland Reeves. I'm a 35-year resident of South Natomas and also a member of the South Natomas group. We're in support of your initiatives. I think, again, it's not enough at this time, but again, anything in the right direction is good. And if we can do a proof of concept, maybe we could move forward more rapidly on. It's just my opinion and our efforts personally to go up and help people on the river. It's a very difficult clientele, and I'm sure you know that. We had many efforts to try to steer people towards services and handouts and what, and after talking to dozens, if not over 100 people, didn't have a single taker, and this is after multiple visits up there. So it's a very tough situation. But that being said, they need a place to go. If you're going to remove them from the river and they don't have any place to go, they're going to be back to the river. 2 weeks ago, we were up there, and after huge cleanup efforts, which were very noticeable and very welcome, we didn't count along the Garden Highway there. We didn't see one campsite. There were some down by Northgate. The place looked still messy, but tremendously cleaned up from what it was. Well, today, early, in kind of preparation to coming over here, we went down the river, and already there's over a dozen campsites in that very area, and noticeable garbage already building up in the area that was just cleaned. Right along Northgate, right along Garden Highway there. In fact, right outside the Step Forward office, there's a campsite and a rather large pile of garbage that's accumulating, fresh. So I think it just more than anything emphasizes that removing people from the parkway without having a place for them, a designated area, is just spinning our wheels. And so we really welcome establishing shelters, designated areas where they can go, anything along those lines, because otherwise you remove them from the parkway, and as we're witnessing right now, just within a matter of weeks, there's quite a few people back there. I mean, I counted this morning over a dozen sites already. So that's kind of shows you, So anyway, thanks a lot. We support it. I think if we could get proof of concept and get things moving along those lines, we'd move towards more permanent solutions. So thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you, Roland. Okay, Kathy, and then Susie Dotson. If there's anybody else wanting to speak to DHA or homelessness, now's the time to get your form, and otherwise those will be two last speakers. Hi, Crafting.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Happy to be here this afternoon. Kathy Cresswell. I want to congratulate you on your leadership in proposing the initiatives to end homelessness. You've really established the right goals. You've got goals for the immediate crisis, which are absolutely necessary so that not one more person dies homeless. So those are the right responses. But you also recognize the long-term solutions that are needed. That means that you're recognizing that affordable housing is really the key and the foundation to a long-term and permanent solution to ending homelessness. So the county's initiatives are putting the right emphasis on both of those, the long-term and the short-term, and I support the 4 initiatives that you have. I also want to commend the county for your allocation of the boomerang funds towards this initiative. I want to recognize you. You are the only community in this region and Northern California who have shown the leadership to do that. So I really want to commend you, and it really is a reflection of your leadership. Budgets are really a reflection of the values, and you have demonstrated the county's leadership and values by putting priorities on these initiatives, and including putting your money where your mouth is and using your general fund dollars to demonstrate your commitment to ending homelessness, and I commend you. But there clearly are not enough dollars for everything that are needed, and as you hear here, that we all have, there are more things that need to be done. So I would just encourage you, as you look at the budgets, that you prioritize the most vulnerable in our community for the allocation of the most resources that you have, as well as to really look at the life cycle benefits, that there are things that cost a lot up front, or including things like paying for code enforcement, but you actually have the opportunity to protect both the resource and the stock, but also looking at things like the real solution is affordable housing, and being able to put the dollars in up front that really will create a long-term solution. But I want to thank you for your leadership, and really feel like with these actions that Sacramento County is showing that they are on the right path to ending homelessness, and thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for your comments, and thank you for all your work and leadership as well. Okay, Susie.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the board. Susie Dotson, Executive Director of Wind Youth Services. Like everyone else, I'm ecstatic that we're really putting some money towards implementing new homeless initiatives. Really important that we benefit the most vulnerable members of our community. However, I have to point out, because you guys know I have to, that we are making no new investment in homeless youth. According to the 2015 point-in-time count, homeless youth are the fastest growing demographic of the homeless population in Sacramento. And every month at Wind, we see at least 50 new youth who are newly homeless that month. We have only 12 emergency beds for homeless youth, 6 for over 18, 6 for under 18, which means that homeless youth are spending nights on the street. The only way for us to end homelessness for any population is to start addressing homeless youth and making sure that they never have to spend a night on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Good reminder for all of us. Okay, anybody else on DHA budget? All right. If not, thank you all for your comments and for certainly your work in our community to help address a very serious issue. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I know that we're going to continue to go through our various departmental budget presentations in the balance of the afternoon, and then likely come back tomorrow and start to solidify some decision-making about proposed changes to different areas of our budget. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank all our staff. I don't see him, but our CEO, Nav Gill, I think, again, heard us loud and clear more than a year ago from all of us that our current status quo application of resources is not doing the job. And we're filling it in all 5 districts. We're filling it in rural and urban areas, suburban areas, in the parkway, in the storefronts, in the suburban neighborhoods. And I think with what has been proposed in terms of these initiatives, it really does represent a lot of thoughtfulness on behalf of a great number of our staff that have, I think, done a yeoman's job of working with some of the advocates that we actually heard from today. And I'll be the first to acknowledge that it's never going to be enough that we can appropriate to address the multitude of problematic circumstance that comes along with homelessness. And that's just a reality. It's why I personally never used the term end homelessness, because I don't know that we actually ever end it. I respect and appreciate others that do use the term, but for me it's something that is that complicated and complex that we should certainly have as our clear objective the interest in significantly reducing its impacts, both the human toll and the social toll it takes. But I'm not sure that if we appropriated all of our general fund, we'd actually have no homelessness at all in our communities. So, as I think was stated by a few speakers, this is always a very delicate balancing act. We've got competing priorities. I think it's safe to say this has been a very, very high priority for this board, not just in the context of these budget hearings, but throughout the last year and a half. So I, for one, am very supportive of the initiatives that were presented in greater detail this past March and that have been alluded to and explained generally here today and referenced by our speakers. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. I did want to ask, and this is a time if any board member wants to have any report backs and or for our deliberations, a couple of areas that were addressed, maybe some additional information behind the CalFresh reduction that was referenced in Mr. Erlenbusch's comments, and I know Supervisor Kennedy talked about it as related to hunger and program elements. And so I'd like to know how we got to the 300,000, whether there was some other number. And again, I think what was repeated here, there's a reinvestment in the community by virtue, obviously, folks are spending their dollars here purchasing, food for sustenance. So could have some additional information back on that. Also on the, and I alluded to some of my earlier comments, but on the winter shelter, what is the number that's built in for winter shelter this year? We ended up, at last year we had 435,000, and then I know other members of this board and other community members weighed in to help with the winter weather respite centers, and so what sort of budget do we have set aside for?
Good afternoon. I'm looking at my notes. I believe it's $435,000.
Same number that we spent last year. Then that takes into account transportation and
yes.
Okay. And does that account for the weather respite centers, which were in addition to winter shelter? Again, so I guess I would ask. And I know that members of this board went out to the community to assist with that, and it was something that we were a participant in. So I guess I'd like to kind of know what it takes to replicate what we did last year, and I bet we had a really bad weather year again. So, okay. So again, maybe for tomorrow we could at least have an idea what a ballpark figure would be around that. So, okay. Thanks, Ann. And one other question: a couple of years ago we authorized, in this past year, I think it was in the budget, we elevated the County Veteran Service Office, recognizing that a growing number of veterans in this community needing services. Is that position has been filled, and are we fully staffed in that arena of that office?
I believe so. The offer has been made, and
okay, and we added some additional positions to assist our veterans, and I want to know, do we have vacancy factor there? How are we doing? And
I'll have to confirm the number of vacancies. I know we had a vacancy or two, but I don't know if those positions have been filled, so I'll have to report back on that. But the CFSO position itself has in fact been filled. We hired Hannah Williamson, who was the CVSO in Butte County, so she's got a lot of experience doing the work. She started yesterday, but this week is the annual CVSO conference. I was going to bring her today to introduce, but we'll have to bring her at another time, but she is on board.
Okay, that's good to hear. And so maybe just follow
July
up.
11th, we will introduce. We'll bring her July 11th.
Oh, yeah, that's fine, yeah, and I think that let us know if we have vacant positions, how we're doing, because I know we added 4 positions, I think, 2 years ago as well. 2 and 2? Did we add?
It was, no, 2 years ago, 4 positions.
Oh, okay, 4 positions, right, yeah, okay.
I can get you that by tomorrow.
That's fine. That'd be
Supervisor Natoli, I'm getting a signal from Ann's staff that we have 2 vacancies in that program right now.
Okay. All right. Very good. Quick answers. Okay. Anything else on DHA? Oh, Supervisor Frost.
Can you also send us the contact information for Hannah? Like, is there a phone number where we can refer people to her? You could just send it when you send the email, is what I was thinking.
Yes, I don't have it with me, but I will get that to you.
Because we're referring people
all the time
out, and so it's great that we have someone.
Yes,
This
she is
awesome.
very excited to be here. I met with her personally, and I think you'll be pleased.
Thank you.
And excuse me, just before you leave, you're not going to get away that easy. I promise you not a hard question, but with the CalWorks reductions, because that's on our magnitude about $12 million reduction, and we're seeing reduction.
Well,
take 30 seconds just to explain kind of what's happening there.
So the CalWorks single allocation was proposed to be reduced statewide, and our share of that initially was $11.8 million. Right. We were hoping when the May revision came out that number would drop, but instead it grew. So the CWDA and everyone has been really lobbying the legislature, and there are 2 proposals on the table, one to restore $100 million of the $250 million reduction, and one to restore 150, I can't remember which one I said first, but it's 100 and 140 that they're trying to restore. We're waiting for the governor to decide which way it's going to go. The range for Sacramento County is between $11.8 million and $13.6 million.
So it's bigger than the
11.8 is where we were before,
right.
So it will be closer to the 13.6. We are maintaining a vacancy factor to accommodate for that until final budget in September, when we will have our allocation, and at that time we may have to propose position reductions.
But then how about enrollees in the CalWorks program? It's more than just the people that are employed to help folks with the assistance. It's also people that are enrolled. So does that mean?
Well, there will be some reduction in some subsidized employment contracts as well. Probably. We're still working through that. We just don't have enough information yet. We should know by next week.
Okay.
But we'll have a fuller proposal and package for you in September. In the meantime, we have started holding vacancies open.
In the event the legislature does meet the legislative deadline by Thursday, maybe too late for our budget deliberations in June. Obviously, we'll have that number, though, in a few days. So
yes, and the sooner we have it, we know how many positions we need to keep vacant so that we're ready in September.
All right. Thanks a lot. Okay. Again, thank you all, and with that, then we'll get a couple of report backs tomorrow on any outstanding items, and any other questions by members of the board, certainly you can submit that through Britt or Nav for tomorrow if something else comes up. All right, we're going to move to the Parks Budget Unit, and I have a couple of folks signed up. We're going to get the staff presentation, and I think we got some other comments by board members, and we'll jump right in. Mr. Leatherman.
And members of the board, Jeff Leatherman, Director of Regional Parks, and the PowerPoint presentation should kick on here in just a moment, sure.
I'm sorry. Yep, good.
Again, thank you for having me. The map here is a little cumbersome, but it's always important, I believe, to start out with a conversation about regional parks and our facilities. We'll talk a lot about the American River Parkway and the Dry Creek Parkway today, but we have so much more as it relates to our regional park resources. We have sports complexes, golf courses. We have 4 boat launches on the Sacramento River, small parks like Hood Community Park in the South County, 2 community centers now within our regional park system, as well as 6 ranch properties that we manage, all providing thousands of recreation days and millions of recreation visitors throughout the Sacramento County Park system. We're very proud of what we do with the staff that we have and want to continue to provide those resources and services to the community. As I roll through just some of our accomplishments from this fiscal year, 16-17, our debris removal team has been reconstituted along with our park rangers. Our park resource team has both park rangers and maintenance staff assigned to those divisions. And as stated earlier in some public communication, in the first 4 months of that redeployment, we've issued about 150 citations, made 65 arrests, and removed 165 tons of trash out of the regional park system related to camping, illegal dumping, and some storm impacts as well. As was stated by some comments earlier, that citation rate continues. We've issued 400 citations associated with legal camping. That's outside of the team, so not only does our ranger team associated with the resource team issue citations, but the remainder of our rangers do as well, as it relates to not only illegal camping but other infractions and misdemeanors in the park system.
Excuse me just a second, Jeff.
Sure.
Sir. Phil.
Jeff, thanks for that information. I want to understand it a little bit better, though. The arrests that you mentioned, are the arrests solely for illegal camping? Is it so many citations and you get arrested?
Sure.
Is it arrest because of a warrant? Is it arrest? Are there other reasons for the arrest?
In the redeployment of that team, in the park resource team specifically, the direction has been that we're looking at the entire issue associated not only with illegal campers, but anybody that we contact in the park system. And if there is reason or due course for a legal arrest, then that team does make the arrest. So it could be for a variety of issues related to legal issues associated with that individual person, whether it's illegal camping, probation, or other misdemeanors or felonies associated with that individual that the rangers are contacting.
So again, I just want to drill down a little bit. So if I've been given, 5 citations for illegal camping, so a ranger comes across an occupied campsite, 5th citation comes out, at what point is someone going to jail, as has been referenced here, just for the camping? They have no outstanding warrant, they have no other reason, there's no other obvious offense for the ranger to take action.
Sure. To drill down further in that, I would have to defer to the chief ranger to be able to give you that specific answer on how the arrest piece works.
Because I'm confused, because we hear from the DA's office, I hear anecdotally from law enforcement in general that it's a kind of a waste of manpower, it's a waste of resources to book someone for illegal camping. But I want to see if I can understand it better from the source. That looks like it's
So
walking.
Chief Ranger Doan has come down behind my shoulder here, and I'll have him tackle that question for you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. There's really no bookings for the fresh charge of illegal camping, either through the city ordinance that we're able to enforce within the city's jurisdiction or the camping without a permit in the county. There are rare occasions where there's enough activity where a Superior Court judge will issue a warrant for their arrest, which is a court mandate that we take that person into custody. So those arrests are basically warrant arrests.
Okay.
There are also fresh arrests that make if there's narcotics found in the campsite or illegal weapons, we can make physical arrests on those, but the ordinance violations are strictly citation and release.
Okay, so that I think that answers my question, that if absent a bench warrant for arrest for being non-responsive to multiple citations, your rangers aren't going to put someone in handcuffs and drive them down to the main jail just because they got them the 5th time illegally camping.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that doesn't fit into the chronic nuisance offender that the district attorney has set up as a result of homeless individuals?
Most of the ordinances that we enforce on the Parkway do not fall under the criteria for the chronic nuisance offender.
Do you know that for a fact, that it doesn't fit under that initiative?
We're not associated with any of their community DAs, and the last meeting that I went to when we talked about the laws that would fall under that, my ordinances did not meet their criteria.
Ask County Council the same question.
these are citations, violation of an ordinance that are even lower than a misdemeanor, and so anecdotally he's sharing that the DA doesn't prosecute them as chronic criminal activity.
I thought he said his ordinance is, he's not under that wing of the government, basically. Sounded like he has his own laws.
We can certainly work with them to coordinate that in their...
I mean, that was the point of that, the chronic nuisance offender was 5 citations, and then they went to jail.
It's my understanding that a lot of those...
Oh, no, maybe it's a...
It's like a vehicle, it's like a penal code violation. It's public intoxication falls under that. But the county ordinance specifically to camping and illegal camping does not.
Yeah, I think they're not allowed to come back after. I don't remember the details of it, but I know they're using it in the neighborhoods.
Right, which is different than the illegal camping ordinance.
And since
Seems like there's a connection, though, or a connection could be made. So I would ask you to look into that.
We certainly can.
For the Parks District.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, since we do have our Chief Park Ranger at the podium, another point of clarification, just so everyone in the room hears the same thing at the same time. If your rangers come upon an occupied campsite, my understanding is that the occupant of the campsite is informed that they cannot be camping and that they are directed to break down their campsite, move their camping belongings off the parkway. What happens when your rangers come upon an occupied campsite?
When they come across an occupied campsite, the people who are occupying that camp are ordered to leave. They collect their valuables. We let them know that anything left behind will be thrown away, because it doesn't fall under the settlement agreement, because that only deals with unoccupied camps.
Right.
So they have the ability to take what they find valuable with them. What's left is garbage that we're able to clean right away.
Okay.
They do leave their campsite. The majority of the time they walk back to the multi-use trail or maybe to the top of the levee, but that's where the contact would end. There's no authority section that we have to ask them to leave the parkway.
Yeah, I want to make it, and therein is the point I want to stress, is that there's no violation, there's no criminality associated with someone that happens not to have shelter, a home, from them being on the parkway, legitimately using it just like anyone else. It's the camping portion, then everything that comes along with camping, whether it be combustibles in the form of fire rings or, self-made latrines and all the other impact that comes with it. So I want to be clear, this is not about just scooping up people and depositing them somewhere off the parkway. As soon as they're in a condition where they're not impacting the parkway inappropriately vis-a-vis active camping, they're free to be on the parkway, are they not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Could I just ask one other question?
Sure.
Either Jeff or Chief Ranger. So if I'm just looking at those pictures up there that are right up there right now, and if you saw somebody putting that there, what would be the charge? Littering?
There's with the debris that's left behind, we actually have 2 choices. We have the penal code section for littering, but we also have a county ordinance under the Parks Division for littering. And then there's also littering into the river. That's a separate violation that we can enforce.
And the reason I ask that goes back to the conversation sort of my colleagues are, talking with council and with you, is that, if that's repeated, and if you obviously got the individuals, you can't just presume somebody left it there if they didn't. But I mean, there are ways to identify that, and obviously you do see that when people abandon it. It would seem to me that, and again, I don't know if littering is treated as an infraction of the law, or if it can, if you get chronic littering in the parkway. Again, it's one thing to be using it; it's even another thing to be camping there. But when you leave behind that debris, and whether that's 1 or 20 folks doing that, and whoever it is, it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that's homeless, or you could have somebody else that's decided they don't want to pay their garbage bill, so I'll just go over to the levee and stick it there. So how do you make a determination? Because again, I think what I'm hearing here, though, as it relates to the law and to your abilities, certainly as rangers, to call that out and then have something that at least gets somebody's attention beyond an infraction that gets wadded up in a ball and added to the pile. How do you make that determination in the field?
There's the rangers would have discretion on which way they go, whether they go with the penal code violation, or if they go with the county ordinance, or if they go with, if they actually see somebody littering into the river, they can do that violation as well. A lot of these infractions and misdemeanors have to occur in their presence.
Yes.
So you would have to have significant evidence to link that particular person with the garbage, or they have to see them actually depositing the garbage in the parkway for those crimes, for them to be convicted of those crimes.
Well, again, it's one thing to be convicted, but it's, if there's multiple citations under certain types of nuisance activities, again, it may just be a small number, but it sounds to me like the frustration, certainly at the level of the rangers, that you can cite away all day long, and I think the points are made if people don't have any wherewithal and so forth, but if it's not going to stick at all. And so I guess what I'd like to, as we have this discussion today, that so that the tools are available to the rangers, recognizing you stay within the law, but the county ordinance is not going to have the same force and effect as a something in the penal code, and if you're able to at least link certain activities to certain individuals on a consistent basis, rather than just being frustrated and always just cleaning up behind that, it seems to me there may be some ability here to, again, for probably a small segment of the population. And I think encampment could be the same thing. Do you own all that stuff? Yeah, well, I'm leaving, I'm walking away. Well, either you take your stuff with you, or maybe you're in a situation where, next time you can be able to clean it up. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't want to take this to the extreme. I don't want to get all that level of detail. It just says to me, though, because I can understand the frustration, but looking at that picture, all that material didn't get there by itself. One
issue that it's important when you're talking about discretion is that if we use the county ordinance for littering, that's considered a direct file. So that goes to the traffic court process. So they will have to go to court. They will, and the rangers could go. If you go the misdemeanor section through the penal code, then that has to go through the district attorney's office, which has to decide whether or not they're going to prosecute that crime or not. And our current prosecution rate right now is less than 50%. So less than 50% of the cases that we submit to the DA's office get filed on.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Chief. Okay, Supervisor Frost, you had a question?
I just wanted to ask, are the rangers the only patrol on the parkway, or are there other police agencies who patrol different parts of the parkway?
So from the operations perspective, the rangers are the primary law enforcement officers on the American River Parkway and all of our regional park systems. We are supported by City PD, Sheriff's Department, and Rancho PD generally when we're off hours. We're not a 24/7 agency, so in the evening times we will have other agencies come into our park systems to support us, as well as large events. Sometimes unsanctioned events, we'll have other law enforcement officers supporting the Ranger Division.
So supported on a case-by-case, not on contract, just
That's
as
correct.
a partner?
As a mutual aid
as needed.
partnership, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So moving down to the other photos, we have our Life Looks Good on You and Kids Don't Float program. Again, that was initiated last year. We'll continue through this next year. We continue to not only be proud of that program, but also want to continue to improve that program as we outreach to our community to keep people safe while recreating on the river.
And congratulations on your statewide award for that.
Thank you. We also opened up the Wilton Community Center a couple of decades in the making to open up that community center and make it available to the community. We've gotten to the point where it continues to be overwhelmed with needs as far as exercise classes and community events, and so the demand was pent up there in that community. Also, Supervisor Natoli joined us for Cordova Creek, the restoration project and the dedication of that project on the American River Parkway. It is important to just mention as I go through some of these accomplishments that we have a tremendous stakeholder and support organization throughout Sacramento County. There are very few things that we accomplish in the county that isn't supported by somebody throughout our community, whether it's our nonprofit organizations whether it's our soccer team here locally with our Life Looks Good on You campaign and others. Also expanding our 311 call-in and community communication system. This helps the community not only contact our department, but also our maintenance team and our rangers team to really identify issues and corrections that we can make to our systems in our park system. We also had the grand opening of the Galt Area Historical Society and the McFarland Ranch. We invested about $800,000 into Discovery Park with the new picnic shelters, new wayfinding signs, some new asphalt. You'll see in a slide not too distant future that a lot of those infrastructure pieces were underwater for a significant time this year, but we're working on getting those cleaned up.
Jeff, before you lift that picture, can you just go back just a second? I just want to point out that the McFarland house there on the left, that restoration was done in nearly entirely by volunteers. I mean, they had a few folks that they hired out, but it's been called Historical Society, not like some of our other partners, but it's if you get a chance here in the South County, certainly Jeff can arrange a tour, but they've done some pretty outstanding work out the ranch. And again, I appreciate the cooperation of county parks and other county agencies, and but they've taken a little bit of money and turned it into something pretty.
They have, and they're not done. What you see there is the restoration house. You can just barely see it on the left-hand side is a new restroom facility, and then kind of behind where I was taking that photo will be a new barn structure that they're having for special events. So again, those community partnerships are so valuable to us. Some other not so exciting photo opportunities, but our American River Parkway Conservancy program was created. The Mather Preserve Management Contract was implemented. We'll talk about the Natural Resources Management Plan, but that scope of work was prepared in preparation of these budget hearings. We revised the alcohol and drone ordinances for the American River Parkway, and we have a $1.1 million grant from the Delta Conservancy for our Cosumnes River Preserve habitat restoration project. Even though it is sunny outside, just a reminder that we did go through a fairly exciting winter. For me, this has been coming into my 5 years or just over 5 years with the department, and this is the first time that I've experienced the rainfall here in the Sacramento Valley like we had this last year. And I want to take this opportunity just to say thank you to my staff who did just an outstanding job, not only during our storm events, but also in the cleanup. We're just on the tail end of finishing the cleanup. You can see Discovery Park is the top middle and the bottom left photo there. Our new interpretive signs that we put in last year were nearly underwater the entire winter. Our Discovery Park sign. It's interesting if you happen to visit the park here in the next couple of weeks before we're completely done pressure washing it, you can see the different water elevations on our buildings and our restroom structures. Some of them were completely covered in water, some of them only partially covered in water, but it just gives you a little bit of a good picture of an understanding of the amount of water that was literally in Discovery Park and the American River Parkway and the Dry Creek Parkway and the Delta facilities. So I just want to say thank you again to our staff for doing an outstanding job. We also implemented a new park status page to help us communicate with our community on what's happening in our regional park system on a daily basis so that people not only could find their commute routes more easily, but their recreation opportunities during storm events, but we're also now using this during our special events and other communication tools that we have throughout the year. So that brings us to our base budget. We will continue to fund similar programs and opportunities that you saw in our accomplishments. We have 64 positions in our base budget with 32 full-time equivalent extra help staff. Thanks to the county exec and the recommendations that he's put forward, we'll start to go through our goals and initiatives for this next year and what we hope to accomplish. In February of this year, we provided our service review report to this board, which is our building block in partnership with our community and our Recreation Park Commission to establish our goals and objectives for this coming fiscal year, and also starts to inform how we're recommending growth elements to the county exec. As part of that, we're creating and reinforcing a positive identity and brand and connection with our Sacramento County residents through community outreach, education, and programming. Again, highlighting our community partnerships. This is so important that we have people like the American River Parkway Foundation that help us maintain facilities, and the Galt Area Historical Society in building new facilities, and the Dry Creek Ranch and Historical Society. We want to improve our response to debris and trash removal in our regional park system, as touched on earlier, continuing to develop and evaluate our staffing resources, trainings, and partnerships so that we can deliver quality services. We want to evaluate and respond to our public safety and resource protection needs, and this is tied directly to our Natural Resources Management Plan for the American River Parkway. and then develop facility improvements and management strategies. Early on in the budget presentation, we touched just on our CIP, and unfortunately I did set some records with nearly 100 capital improvement needs throughout our regional park system. And we want to look at some long-term strategies for how do we start to tackle some of those. We're taking on new facilities like the Wilton Community Center, and we want to have a long-term strategy for their maintenance. As we look at the specific initiatives, implementing the visitor services team, and this is a recommendation that's moving through as part of the county exec's recommendations. And what this does is really start to connect our staff in the afternoons, as Mr. Gill said, 7 days a week from 2 o'clock till closing with our community that's using the park system. We want to be able to be innovative, but also be able to be nimble to find ways that we can connect not only the needs of our community, but also provide some activities, potentially water stations, using the model that we do in May for May is Bike Month, some Energizer stations, but ways that the community can interact with us, find information about what we do, and provide a safe place for them to recreate. We also will roll in our Fire Watch system, which we use primarily in the Lower American River Parkway, that keeps an eye on potential fire risk and fire danger and can coordinate emergency response should we have fire incidences in our regional park system. Secondly, in our initiatives is implementing a debris removal team. This is to supplement our existing team, looking either at a part-time staff basis or a contract basis. But again, we want this program to be able to be scalable in a way that we can tackle problems as we're currently seeing them develop. This winter, we saw the problems develop as it relates to storm impacts and moving trash and debris in our regional park system. This team would be deployed to tackle some of those issues, allowing our maintenance team to continue to focus in on the impacts surrounding specifically illegal camping and illegal dumping with our ranger team. We want to continue our Life Looks Good in You and Kids Don't Float safety campaigns. We want to initiate the Natural Resources Management Plan for the American River Parkway, and as Mr. Gill touched on earlier, this has been a program in the making since 2008. We picked it back up in 2014, and looking at a funding strategy that allows us to develop this plan and then implement it for the enhancement and protection of the American River Parkway. This is a tool for us that allows us to understand what's happening within the natural resources and then make plans to either improve, change the use structure around the parkway, or look for funding sources to make those improvements as we move forward into the next decades.
Question on that.
Sure.
So you've got $600,000 in this year's budget. You've expended some already. What drives the cost factor? I know you've estimated in the past well over $1 million, so what is it that, are you doing a detailed biological analysis? What is it that you're going to be doing that's going to cost $1 million?
Yeah, our scope of work covers essentially as you go through the American River Parkway plan, there's a number of planning initiatives and there's a number of deliverables that constitute what we believe is the Natural Resources Management Plan. And so we're using that as our benchmark for what is involved in this scope of work. The scope of work is about 35 pages long, and it's not only an analysis of the existing conditions, but it is also a plan to restore those conditions to a certain threshold. And when we're talking about conditions, we're really looking at the natural resources. This isn't the recreation conditions. This is the natural resources, the riparian conditions, the oak woodland conditions. And we're starting to see, whether it be through flooding or water movement or changes on the American River Parkway, those conditions are deteriorating. And this resource plan allows us to plan accordingly and then institute changes and protections associated with those natural resources. The cost structure associated with it right now is our estimate. We believe that the development of that plan will cost us about $600,000. We have the scope of work completed, but until we have a contractor on board that can really start to evaluate what we're asking them to do, that'll help us to start to refine not only the cost associated with the development of the plan, but also start to project for the implementation of the plan. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Okay. Thank you.
Continue to evaluate the department's fire fuel reduction and fire needs. We have our goats are returning this year, and we've talked a lot about our goats. They're should be up actually in the Sailor Bar area coming in the next few days, and then down to the Cal Expo area. They're working out in the Dry Creek Parkway, also in a place called the Spider, which is kind of more in the Orangevale up near Folsom area, and working on our fire fuel reductions. And then evaluate our revised illegal camping team and continue to work through how we're revising that team and how we're minimizing the impacts associated with illegal camping. So that brings us to our growth requests that are recommended before you today. This is the list of them. The deputy director is tied directly to the Natural Resources Management Plan, and that position allows my time to be freed up to focus on some of our high priority initiatives such as illegal camping and other initiatives that we would like to move forward with in the next coming years. You have our debris removal and visitor services team. Our Life Looks Good on You. Gibson Ranch is also included in this growth request. As we discussed last week, we'll likely be coming back to this board in September to adjust the Gibson Ranch item as the board approved. And then we have the Dillard Ranch operations, which we're working through that as an opportunity for acquisitions. This is just a comparison in my last slide of the base budget and the county exec recommendations, 1 full-time position and 5.5 full-time equivalent positions for the various growth requests that you have before you. That's it.
Jeff, and again, I want to take a pause here in just a moment. Supervisor Kennedy's punched up. If you wouldn't mind, we had a gentleman here, Secretary Kernan, wanted to speak on the previous homeless issue, so stand by. I know there's going to be a number of questions, and certainly in deference to time, he was here right as he contemplated, and so we'll come right back to Parks budget in just a moment. So, Mr. Secretary, we welcome you to the chambers, and again, had a chance to see you Saturday at the graduation, and thank you for your work with our probation department and certainly with your work with the state. I think you were going to talk to one of the program. We just got down here in DHA budget. We haven't finalized anything, but I know you were here to, I think, offer some comments in support of and/or summarization of one of our program providers, and so we'll turn the floor to you, and appreciate you being with us today. So
thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members. Again, my name is Scott Kernan. I'm the Secretary for the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. But I come not only as a secretary, I come as a citizen. You mentioned, Mr. Chair, being at the event this weekend and seeing the great work of finding probationers and parolees work in our city, and the recidivism reduction that goes with that. But I really am here today to talk to you about, as a citizen of the community, as a 30-year member of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and tell you that our system of rehabilitation in the state has not worked. And much change is afoot in the department, but I wanted to chat with you just a little bit about the approach that the state is taking that I think is based on years of experience, and that might help you guide your budget decisions. A single approach to any of our issues with our parolees has proven not to be effective. Having wraparound services such as substance abuse programming, mental health programming, employment that we discussed, cognitive behavior, education, domestic violence, housing, reentry services is the menu of items to provide a offender to find his way or her way into the community. In fact, I would tell you in corrections that an inmate that participates in substance abuse programming inside the prisons and then participates in programming outside of prisons recidivates at a 15% rate compared to a 45% rate for the rest of the population. It's a significant statistical approach. I also, again, as a citizen, and my family, my wife has been involved in community services in the community, and came to meet a young lady named Amy who was methamphetamine addict, had a young son, was homeless, was on probation, and had really lost her way. And it was through the help of St. John's that we were able to find her some stabilized housing, residential programming, but also the wraparound services that led to a successful outcome. She's now with her child, employed, reunited with her family, and a real success story. And so really what I wanted to, the point I wanted to make by coming here today was just to tell you that I think that programs like St. John's and the holistic approach, housing cannot be the only approach that we take to try to address this problem, and I think that it'll pay great benefits. I will also tell you, just as a matter of fact, that the Department of Corrections, it costs about $75,000 a year for somebody to be incarcerated in our state. The programming at St. John's, I think, spends about $14,000 a year. And while there's some people that might think that that is too much money, I would urge you and the board to understand that that is a bargain, at least in my world, in dealing with both criminally involved inmates that are coming out of our system. And so I would urge you to continue funding for St. John's and programs similar to that, as I think it's making a real difference in our community. So thank you so much for altering your schedule, and I really appreciate your time. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Scott, Mr. Secretary, for being here. There was a brief slide presentation. Did you need to run through any of those, or?
I think I would leave that to St. John's in the interest of your time. I know you've been very, very busy, and very much appreciate you taking the time to do that. The slide is ready for you to look offline.
Okay, we have that before. So again, I don't know if there's any questions. Again, we did have quite a discussion about some of the homeless initiatives, and obviously some of our program providers were here, and some pleas from the community to do more. And again, obviously with our partners, and certainly recognizing that a number of the folks who are in distress come through our prison and corrections system, and that when they come back to the community, that if there aren't supportive services, that they can maybe end up back where they had once come from. So we appreciate you being here, and thank you for your comments, and good to hear Amy's story as well. So
yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, very good.
Did Patrick have a question?
Yeah, Patrick has a question on parks. On parks.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong speaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Predates.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the comments, and then we'll go back and return to parks. And we gave Jessica to catch her breath, and
it was great.
Supervisor
Great
Kennedy, and then we have I think some other information we need presented. So
sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. I have one question, and this is not a loaded question. It's an issue that has long predated my time on this board, so I just wanted to get your take before we talk about it at deliberations, and I get the take of my colleagues tomorrow. And that's the resource management plan. Mm-hmm. I have heard of it over the 3 years that I've been here, and I just want your take on it in that, our budget process is often a lot about not funding very worthy, important things because we have limited resources and competing interests and priorities. That is a $600,000 price tag. Could even be looked at as a $755,000 price tag because we're bringing someone on to largely manage it.
Right.
With all of the competing interests that we have and all of the needs that you have, does it fall that high on the priority list?
It does.
And I guess why?
Yeah.
Explain it to me.
I think in general and over the last 5 years, there are very few things that we do in general as the Regional Parks Department that there isn't somebody that questions from our stakeholder community why. And the Natural Resources Management Plan can be arguably one of the only things that everybody collectively agrees on is necessary for the management of the parkway. When I say collectively, our stakeholders, our nonprofit organizations that work within our park system, as well as the department. And what we lack on the parkway right now is a tool to help us make decisions when we have restoration work that can happen in the park system, such as restoration of an oak woodland. We don't have a good tool to tell us where that should happen on the parkway, how much of it should happen, how do we balance that restoration with grasslands or with repairing restorations. We also don't have a tool to help us discover and understand what the impacts are of the levee system or new flows coming down the American River Parkway with the dam redesign. And this tool would start to help us understand, with the impacts that we're anticipating, how do we, one, prevent those potentially, or two, restore the land to something different, and what's the appropriate use when we do those restoration works. The other piece that we don't have is we don't have a tool as it relates to our recreation activity and the impacts associated with recreation. We have trails, we have fishing trails, we have hiking trails, we have equestrian trails. We also have the potential to expand that trail system within the regional park system, and this would be a tool that we could use to evaluate the expansion or contraction of recreation-related services on the parkway. And so we look at it from that perspective and say that this is a tool that is necessary for the management of the parkway and have elevated it to the board recommendation today. The other piece of that, as you mentioned, the Deputy Director, we learned as we're moving forward with our mountain biking pilot program in the lower reaches in the Wood Lake and Cal Expo that a relatively small program as you compare that to the natural resources management planning effort. And my planner was out for a couple of months, and that project basically just stopped right where it stood. And it's taken us a year to recover from that stop and get it to the point to bring it back to the Recreation and Park Commission later this month. And so as I look at the undertaking of the natural resources management plan, to be able to staff it adequately, that once we commit to starting it, we can carry it through. And that's where the deputy director position comes in. The other piece with the deputy director is that they will do the natural resources management plan. That will be one of the elements of their position, but they will also support me in my role of management and the overall management of our department, looking at the recreation services, the natural resources services, and the administrative services of the department. My hope is that will start to free up my time to focus on some of our longer term planning efforts, as well as the goals and initiatives that we outlined earlier in the presentation.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Jeff, thank you for returning my call, and I'm sorry I didn't
We
get
still
back
owe each
to
other
you.
a phone call.
I'm returning your
I was
call
thinking
right
about that
now.
earlier.
I wanted to ask you about the Sacramento Tree Foundation, and is that why the delay? They were wanting to do some planting, I guess, in the parkway. Is what you were just describing the reason why that wasn't able to come together?
Yeah, it's a piece of it. So the Sacramento Tree Foundation is looking at an opportunity to plant additional trees on the American River Parkway, specifically around the multi-use trail for additional shading. Part of my conversation with them is looking at the natural resources management plan to truly identify what's appropriate in those areas that they want to do tree planting. We also have some, so let me put the cap on that before I cause a mess up here. We also have some other issues associated with flood and flood conveyance, that if you put that many trees into the parkway, there's potential flood impacts that we need to work through.
But there's still a possibility
Absolutely.
that you can work with them. It's
just not today. It'll take us a little bit of time.
Got it. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you, Jeff, for the thoughtful presentation. I'm going to try and tee this up as best I can. I'd like, with the indulgence of my colleagues and certainly through the chair, to entertain a somewhat unorthodox approach to my sentiments and kind of I think a most appropriate way to give some of this discussion that we're going to have about our parks, regional parks resources, some context. I'm going to have somewhat of a multimedia presentation here, but again, through the chair and with his indulgence, what I'd like to do is show a video that was actually shot just this morning about 6 o'clock on the Woodlake Flats area of the Parkway. And before it rolls, let me preface this. I want to make clear that this is not intended to embarrass anyone. It's not intended to demoralize our staff, which I'll be the first to say I think do a terrific job. I just think they're woefully understaffed, the whole Parks Department. And I think that's why you're going to see some of what you see in this video. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the folks in the back room to roll the tape. Good morning. Phil Cerna out on the American River Parkway. It is Tuesday, June 13th, 2017. And this part of the parkway happens to be the Woodlake area, where I've become very familiar with the impacts of illegal camping here along the water's edge, and in the groves of trees. So we're out here the same day that the Board of Supervisors is scheduled to hear a budget presentation on both some of the homeless initiatives that we're undertaking. To the credit of our staff, they've really worked hard over the last year and a half to work with us on the board and our service providers across the county to come up with a plan of action to fortify our continuum of care. But at the same time, today we're also going to be deliberating our parks budget. So I thought it would be helpful to actually show the condition of the parkway the very day that we're deliberating both. So here's one of the first illegal campsites that we've come across this morning. However, you can see by the nature of the the site, that there's a great deal of impact here to our natural resource, or the gem of our community, the American River Parkway. This is kind of a first. I've not seen a inflatable swimming pool, but this is a site that I actually helped clean up a couple years ago with the American River Parkway Foundation's annual Great American Parkway Cleanup, where we encountered a number of scattered needles across this area. So again, this is an example of, unfortunately, what's happening to our parkway. So behind my right shoulder here, you can see is one of the larger campsites here on the Wood Lake area of the parkway. And this is a site that has been here at least since the time I was out with the Sacramento Bee columnist Marcus Bertone, and that was more than a couple weeks ago, and nothing has changed other than it looks like it's actually gotten more messy. Looks like there's an additional tent over here, but as you can see, this is a pretty dramatic example. So behind me is one of hundreds, if not thousands, of these piles of rubbish, garbage, strewn all over the parkway. You can see it's part of this whole complex of campsites here. There are a number of exhausted butane fuel canisters here, and some might remember that just a few weeks ago, the Board of Supervisors unanimously supported a proposal I had to restrict the sale of butane because of its use in making hash oil or honey oil. So here's another vacated campsite. It's really a garbage pile. Behind me, I'm not going to go any closer to that than this, but behind me is an example of the makeshift latrines out here. I know well enough not to go much closer than this to 5-gallon buckets here on the parkway. And again, that has serious ramifications for public health. You can imagine when the water comes up, as it did this past winter, that and this is what goes into our river system. So again, one of the huge impacts, great impacts here to the parkway, especially in the summer months, is fire danger. And behind me is an example of a makeshift fire ring. Looks like it was used for cooking. There's a little pot there. What's very disconcerting about this is not just the fact that it's here on the parkway, but it's beneath the canopy of trees here. So it should be no wonder why we have the kind of fire danger and damage to our ecosystem that we see each summer when this is occurring. So again, we're here at the Wood Lake area, a small part of the parkway. We've assessed for ourselves this morning, the same morning that the Board of Supervisors is scheduled to consider our budget today, including parks and human assistance, to really document the condition, the ongoing condition of not just this part of the parkway. This is an example, but it's an example of what's happening along its entire stretch. We are going to be deliberating today not just the parks budget, but also the Department of Human Assistance budget, including several new homeless initiatives, including a full-service shelter. It's important to remember when we do see the impacts on the parkway that we have an equal obligation to help those that feel like camping on the parkway is their only option. And I sincerely believe that the full-service shelter will be a terrific capacity builder in terms of giving people options other than camping outdoors. So, obviously, I feel strongly enough to take the initiative to go have a professionally produced, quickly produced video this morning, and thus the reason I'm not wearing a suit and tie today. But I think it's absolutely critical for the public, and that's why I wanted to show this before public testimony, because I value your feedback, good or bad or indifferent to what you just saw. But I think it's important for the public to actually see that the condition of the parkway is not the condition I want it in. I don't think it's the condition any of my constituents want it in. This is a very, very complex problem because we're dealing with people. We're not dealing with inanimate objects. And again, as I've stated before, we can't just shoo them. We can't just treat them like a code violation. We have a responsibility to answer the question, well, if not on the parkway, then where are they going to go? And I think the reason I feel so passionately about it this year during this budget is this, at least in my 7 years almost 7 years on the board, this is the first opportunity. We have simultaneously the opportunity to talk about adding capacity to serve the same people that are impacting the parkway by camping on it. So to me, it's absolutely the right time to have that discussion. I'll have more to share after we hear from the public, but I thought it was very important, Mr. Chair, for this board, our staff, and the public, and the viewing public, those that aren't even in chambers, to see for yourselves what the condition is. And again, as was stated in the video, many of those sites were there over 2 weeks ago, and some of them have actually grown, so they haven't been addressed. Or if they have, they look like they've returned in exactly the same condition, if not worse. And that should be concerning to everyone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cerna. And I know we got a few folks out to speak, and we're going to have, I assume, very quickly a broader discussion about this. I think certainly the visuals obviously capture what you saw there today, but we've seen other evidence that, and I think that part of what strikes me is that for all the good work, and I think Jeff covered it, certainly Nav and his recommendation was bringing forward what he believed would at least begin to further address this, but I've got to think from not just the photos, but the breadth and the depth of that parkway, 23 miles of we've often said in these chambers, and I've often heard repeated, the crown jewel, the jewel of the park system, certainly here for this community, but you could compare it against any other asset that any other community could claim, throughout the continental United States as it relates to an urban setting that has this tremendous riverine system that is abutted by, millions of folks in our community. And then the 1 million+ users that come every year to use and enjoy that, and the folks here that use it for biking and hiking and picnicking and all the various things that are enjoyed throughout the course of the seasons in this community. But I think what we've done is tasked certainly the park system and our current contingent of cleanup crews and rangers and so forth with insurmountable odds. It may not be throughout the entirety of the parkway, although I think we need to treat the parkway holistically, and that whether you're in the very upper reaches that begin the state park system at the eastern end to the convergence of the American Sacramento Rivers Discovery Park, that asset's owned by everyone in this room, by everyone of any age, of any walk of life, and I think the degradation that has occurred for a combination of reasons, and some of that I think we're even alluded to in just the parks capital budget, that as this board has made decisions about investments, certainly in the capital side of it, we choked that back significantly. But I think, again, I want to hear from speakers and certainly colleagues. I know Supervisor Kennedy's punched up, but I would just say that in my view, having seen this certainly in these chambers, have talked to county staff, to my colleague, Mr. Cerna, but others, and heard from community members, that the approach we need to take of this needs to be something more than what we've done thus far. And because it looks to me like the degradation and deterioration and the environmental damage is occurring. I'm not so sure that, to the question Mr. Kennedy asked earlier, that the rate we're going in some areas of the parkway, that we're going to have much resource to plan around if we aren't careful with fires and certainly some of the activities that have brought what we see there. And again, I think our folks have worked mightily to clean that up and to do their best to engage with folks in a respectful manner. And so, again, I'd be interested to hear from my colleague and certainly from NAV, because I know you put a lot of thought to this and worked with Jeff and Rob Leonard and our Chief Ranger and others to try to come up with something that would allow us to deploy folks in a way that provides, certainly eyes, but certainly hands-on in helping to clean up and assist. And I just think that we're at a juncture here with this budget deliberation as to providing direction, if that's what we choose to do, to give the sufficient resource allocation to say, you, Mr. County Executive, you Parks Director, work with the community and come back to us with a plan. So that's going to, I think, really ramp up the ability to, I think, go back in and regain some of that luster that's been lost. I mean, when I look at that, I wouldn't want that in my front yard, backyard, and I certainly wouldn't want it in a public place. And if it continues to reoccur, then we need to have the folks that continue to work on that, and there are different elements to it. So that's my comments for now. And Supervisor Kennedy?
Mine's more of a clarification of process, and this has absolutely nothing to do with Supervisor's video, which I appreciated and was helpful. But today, Mr. Chair, we're taking presentations from our staff and the public and asking clarifying questions, and tomorrow is deliberations. Because if we get into deliberations now, we have people out here for DHHS, which is not an insignificant part of what we do.
No,
we'll never get to them. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, but any questions, any comments, I think that would help guide what may come back tomorrow is probably useful, Nav?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
One other thing, Mr. Chair, I want to note that I did pass out some still photos from this morning to all of you, and then also I believe our executive staff have copies as well.
Okay. All right. I would just note that in your presentation, you looked at tackling some of the debris removal and so forth and what you brought forward, so that was a part of the recommended budget. Obviously, the discussion to clarification, we can have a much broader discussion about how much more, how that might be deployed and so forth. So, okay, with that, then we have 4 folks that are signed up on the parks, noting that Mr. Erlenbush weighed in earlier in his comments. We have Paul Powell, Stephen Green, Diana Pagetto, and Mary Tapple. So, Paul, did you want to weigh in on this? Nope. Okay, we pass on that. Okay, Stephen? Good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm president of Save the American River Association, and I was very pleased to hear all the initiatives that you are putting forward to deal with homeless issues, and we greatly commend you for that. I couldn't agree more with Supervisor Cerna on the need for additional funding for the Parks Department. It has been underfunded for years, and that's why we have the kinds of problems we do. In particular, I want to address the fact that we have chronic vacancies on the ranger staff in our parks. And we have chronic vacancies because a survey several years ago showed that the pay rate for our rangers is 16 to 18% less than that in comparable jurisdictions. So there's always turnover on our ranger staff. In fact, we've even had people who've taken another job while they were in training to be a ranger. The lower pay is also a hindrance for attracting top caliber people for our county ranger positions. County rangers are peace officers. They should receive the same benefits and pay, we believe, as our sheriff's department's personnel. There's an increasing problem on the Parkway with people who are simply afraid to go there because of the elements that are there. The Sacramento Audubon Society does a bird count on the first Saturday of every December. For the first time in 30 years, they did no bird count in Discovery Park because of the encounters they'd had previously with homeless people and loose dogs. This resource is so important, and we must do much more to protect it. And I hope you will follow Supervisor Cerna's lead and greatly increase the funding for the resources of our parkway. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, Diana, and then Mary Tapple. Hi, Diana.
Good afternoon. I'm Diana Pagetto, and I'm the Executive Director of the American River Parkway Foundation. We are thrilled that there's even talked about additional funding coming to the parks budget. As I have joked with Jeff, and it's not a joking matter, that the Department of Regional Parks has now become the Department of Regional Parks and Homeless Services. So we are encouraged by the addition of a deputy director to really foresee the production of the resource management plan. And in answer to your question, Supervisor Kennedy, the resource management plan is needed for us to go after federal and state dollars. If we don't have a plan, we're not able to write a grant. So having that in place will hopefully generate additional dollars coming to the parkway for restoration and not coming out of the general fund. And we highly encourage the additional dollars not only for illegal camping, for reduction of fire fuels, but as you guys have all stated, the Parks Department can't do it. They need additional maintenance, they need additional rangers. We have our cleanups. We have 16,000 volunteer hours a year. The foundation last year picked up 50,000 pounds of trash. That doesn't even count for what the Regional Parks Department has done. So the issue is that it's still there. There's lots of trash. So we encourage any additional funding coming towards the Parks Department.
Okay, thanks, Diana. Thanks for the work of the foundation as well. Okay, Mary Tapple. And if anyone else wishes to address the parks budget or any element of it, get a speaker form in. Otherwise, Mary will be
Okay.
done. Hi, Mary.
Thank you. A big thank you to Supervisor Phil Cerna, and I was delighted to see the article in the Bee that he's pushing for doubling the parks budget. I really hope that you do that. It's absolutely crucial to social justice and environmental justice. You can't have any social justice, particularly for people trying to recreate on the lower parkway, without also having environmental justice. And of course, you can't have social and environmental justice when you might be attacked by loose pit bulls and bit when you're trying to enjoy your local river parkway on a hot summer day. So I'm going to talk mainly, thank you for showing the pictures, moving pictures. I've been in that area cleaning up, as you know, with you on earlier year.
Face up, Mary.
Face up, okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was chased out of that area when there was just too much fecal matter to bury, and I didn't want to bring young people in there anymore because it was coming back faster and faster after we were cleaning up, so we left that Wood Lake area. And I haven't seen it since, but I see it's deteriorated more. And this is some recent, earlier this spring, illegal camps that had spread out more, and due to security concerns, we didn't get the very edge of the bikeway, but this is right off the Two Rivers Bike Trail, but it's on the water side, which means usually that the fecal matter is the human and dog fecal matter is going right into the river. Whenever it rains, and we've caught people before apparently sweeping it right into the river on the other side of the river, which we reported, and thankfully the rangers enforced. But this is the kind of problem we have, and then sometimes there's vicious dogs that are just tied up near camp that doesn't appear to be occupied except by the dogs, and the dogs are chasing people out. And the dogs chase people off the developed paved trail, multi-use trail too, and also out of that section of the parkway, which is a lower parkway below the 12th Street Bridge or Highway 160. And this is one of the many camps that's right on the river. This was this spring, and along the Two Rivers Trail. And this is not acceptable for a public parkway, mainly because just downstream is this huge beach that serves mainly the low to moderate income people, mainly people of color, and working families with kids. And this is just not acceptable in our society. But thank you very much for everything you're doing to try to change it.
Good. Thank you, Mary. Thanks for your work out in the parkway as well.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay, anyone else wish to address this? All right, seeing none, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I hear Supervisor Kennedy's concern about making sure we get through today in terms of presentations. But I will let you know that there were probably another half dozen people here that were anticipating to speak on parks because they thought that parks would be coming up around 11:30. It didn't really get started until about 3 o'clock. So what I would like to do quickly is see if I can't synthesize something for all of us to think about, at least overnight, including staff, at least to share with you some of my initial thoughts and maybe some direction that we can move on to other agency matters. If the PowerPoint, if you can bring the PowerPoint up, please. So over the last week and a half or so, working with Mr. Leatherman and working with Chair Natoli, been trying to get my mind wrapped around what it would take to treat different sections of the parkway as beats, if you will. And these beats would mean that you would have ranger staffing, you would have maintenance, refuse detail staffing, you would have ranger supervision, animal care and control in some areas, and what's not on here is the prospect of what was mentioned earlier, which would be a community prosecutor. What's not mentioned on here is any capital costs associated with more solid waste trucks and dumpsters and that kind of thing. And also what's not reflected here is partnership with any kind of social service personnel deployment. So this is strictly kind of the world of parks that I've outlined with this. And this is my first very, very admittedly rough take on looking at these different beats along the parkway and what it would take to augment the staff so that you treat it like each section is not going to be left alone. In other words, you have a supervisor, it doesn't leave the Wood Lake beat. You have a supervising ranger between Discovery Park and Wood Lake that would share his or her time supervising between the two. You would have dedicated refuse detail maintenance staff that do not leave that beat, they stay there. In other words, they're kind of holding the ground. And making it very clear that this is not a place to camp. It wasn't designed for camping because of all the impacts that have been cited here just in the last few minutes. So this is, again, something that I freely admit this is not, I don't think, where we're going to necessarily end up, but I think it gives us something to think about. What's interesting about this, and if you go to the next slide, I don't have control of the slide presentation from up here. This is a summary breakdown by lower reach, upper reach. You can see the parentheticals there that give the geographic delimiters. And also Dry Creek Parkway, by the way. And the reason I looked at it from this perspective is that our experience has been that if you just intensely focus on illegal camping detail in one area or one beat, we know that it's going to move upstream, downstream, elsewhere into the Dry Creek Parkway. And so this is really a sincere effort to look at how do you kind of contain that so that it's clear to folks that would otherwise illegally camp on the parkway that they understand that there's going to be a presence no matter where they're going. Now, again, what's interesting about this is when I use a very rough estimate of unit costs per professional, per person here, I'm coming up with almost about the same total cost as if we were to take Mr. Gill's proposal for the growth that's in his budget, $448,000, and multiply that times 6. Well, 6 is the number of beats that I have outlined here. It's also a pretty close estimate in terms of cost to what Mr. Leatherman costed out per direction from Supervisor Natoli and I about a week and a half ago of what he would do in terms of personnel deployment to achieve the objectives that we're articulating here. So what I would like to suggest, Mr. Chair, is that there's agreement by this board is to give some direction to staff for tomorrow to think about this, think about the memo from Jeff, think about the kind of the unit deployment, the cost that comes with that has been offered by the CEO in terms of a growth allocation for this very purpose. But to put some rough numbers to it, because what I think is going to be the responsible place where we land on this is probably going to be, it's not going to be $13 million, but it's probably going to be, I'm guessing, in the $3 to $4 million range, additional, to get the kind of personnel deployment to achieve the kind of objectives that I think, at least a majority of this board is going to, support. And I think that's going to be kind of a useful roadmap for us to get to a place fairly quickly here this week where it's clear to everyone, clear to the public, what we're doing moving forward.
Okay. I know other supervisors punched up. I just want to say that I think as a part of that, for the work for tomorrow, there may be a variety of funding sources that could be potential as well beyond just general fund, and I think that's been part of the conversation, and whether that is you're able to kind of talk to that as being the potential in the event that the board were to go forward. I think that would be helpful too, Nav, to know that there may be for certain elements of this beyond a general fund call, although that may be where you end up. And again, I wouldn't expect all those answers, but I think it would be helpful. And one other comment I'd just like to add is I think it's important as a part of the backdrop is to look at where now we've got somebody in different elements there, throughout the course of a week. I think having the intensity of 7 days a week, having folks there on different elements of this, and that may or may not be factored into what Mr. Cerna's outlined or what you envisioned and or Jeff. But to me, that begins to set a standard, one that we're there on the spot every day, and maybe even the same spot every day until we get it, get the issue under wraps. But I don't think the way we do it now, which is the deployment that's allowed under the budget that's out there, I think it's 4 days a week for the cleanup crew, and you've got rangers. So you got 3 days where basically it goes unintended and or it's sporadic based upon maybe a particular set of circumstances. So I think it needs to be kind of part of the backdrop as you look at that, and certainly the Parkway in its entirety. So, all right, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I appreciate the passion that went into this approach, and I think by having a lot of presence of rangers and the other job descriptors that are here on the example would also have an added benefit to the Parkway of driving people, the campers, out of the Parkway. But here's the elephant in the room. Where are they going to go? They're going into the neighborhoods. I already have neighborhoods that look like that. And by, it's terrible to have to choose between the Parkway and the neighborhoods, but I get continual calls from businesses and homeowners and neighborhoods that have an absolute the homeless highway, if you want to call it, particularly Ethan Way, down Arden Way into Ansel Hoffman Park, all of our creeks and such, and they all look like that too. So it's really hard for me to say because I feel very supportive of the Parkway, but we have to balance our focus on the neighborhoods in the Parkway. And I would worry not only about the money that's being spent on this, because I'd like to see it spent policing our neighborhoods and through code enforcement and other services, the Navigator focus and the focus of the new homeless initiatives that we've agreed on. It's very difficult for me to say I could support this because I think they're all going to go right into Arden Arcade and some of the neighborhoods in District 1 and leave the Parkway and head for Arden Arcade and Carmichael. I don't know what to say about the city of Sacramento. I'm not going to address that, but I think that's something that has to be addressed and thought about, because it's very interesting to say, we're going to clean all this up and they're all going to go away, but they're not going to go away. They're going to go into the neighborhoods and they're going to go in people's front yards and backyards. And I get calls from a couple of months ago. I had a guy sitting on top of a homeless man that was in his house. The guy had sneaked in the back door. It was a nice day. He had the screen door shut and couldn't get the sheriff to come, so he called my office to ask what he should do. Well, what am I going to, I mean, that's crazy that we are in a situation that kind of thing is happening regularly. I get calls from all over Arden Arcade and Carmichael. I have photographs of all these suburban business office buildings with people laying in the doorways, all the same disgusting behavior going on. They have to send someone out to clean their sidewalks because their customers won't come in. I have business owners screaming at me that let's say they own a franchise, that the corporate headquarters will not let them renew their lease in Arden Arcade because of the homelessness that's going on and all the behaviors on the doorway. And I mean, I could do this for a couple of hours. I could go through all of the comments I have from the neighborhoods in my district, and I just think that has to be taken into account. I mean, I would like to have this amount of service and protection in the entire unincorporated area. And people would say, well, we can't afford it. Well, we've got to figure out something else to do there, and I just think that needs to be taken into account when we address the parkway needs.
Susan, I would just say to you that I would concur with you that we need to be able to catch this. And if the problem is of the magnitude, not only on the parkway, but the fear and reality is it's in the neighborhoods, then we've got a bigger issue yet. And that would say to me as a member of this board, and I've got it in my neighborhoods as well, that then in addition to addressing the issue of homelessness, we've got a bigger issue, because to really focus on this, we're going to, and if it takes double this amount of resource that's shown here or triple amount of resource, the five of us can make that conclusion that we're not, we have to take a stand in lots of different ways and certainly help people, but that we can't abandon neighborhoods, we can't abandon the parkway, we can't abandon our business districts, or say, well, we got to let it go there because we can't have it over here. It's not about having our cake and eating it too. It's about, what do we want? And I said it earlier this morning about the quality of life and what we do here, and balancing the budget is all well and fine. But we represent, all five of us, 1.5 million people in this county, and if we've got this kind of issue, and I believe you as much as I believe him, my eyes tell me what I know and see, and I hear from folks as well, that if that's the magnitude of it, then we've got to get our arms around it, and we've got to not only deploy folks, but take strategies in addition to what we're doing to helping people in need, and get a handle on it. Because if that's the degradation we're seeing in the neighborhoods, as well as in the parkway and in our parks and our creeks and so forth, we've got an urgent and a big problem. And I guess I would just say I support both efforts. If that's what we need to do, if that's what it rises to, and it's a public safety and a public health issue, and it's a humane issue, and it's one of quality of life, then we need to tackle it, and maybe we need to redirect resources and figure out how we're going to do this in this county.
Well, we are to a certain extent. We have this extensive homeless program we're about to undertake.
Right. But it
moves very slowly, however. And,
I know it does.
And time is clicking away with residents and business owners in our neighborhoods. And I'm just laying that out there so when people are sleeping on it tonight, that they understand that this isn't the only place this is happening.
That's right.
I mean, Parkway runs through my district too, and that's where all the problems are coming from in the neighborhood, is the Parkway.
And quite frankly, I tried to wear the lens of every single district represented on this board when thinking about this, because I want to respect the fact that we know that there's push and pull here in terms of the migration of individuals that unfortunately don't have shelter. And I too especially got the calls and the emails this past winter when the water came up and there was no choice but for homeless individuals on the parkway to come out of the parkway. And I heard it from my constituents in South Natomas. But I got to tell you, I also hear, and I would say even more frequently, from legitimate parkway users, or wannabe users, I should say, who intentionally depart the parkway at the Guy West Bridge when they want to bicycle commute into downtown Sacramento because they're fearful that they're going to be, accosted or an off-leash dog is going to chase them. So I understand what Supervisor Peters is saying, and I respect it. I think our chair is on on the right path, that if it's really if that defines the magnitude of the challenge in front of us, then let's not wink at each other and, kind of have this de facto silence where it's really steeped in not wanting to understand fully the nature of the impact or the order of the magnitude. But I can't do that. I'm not going to do it. I cannot do it any longer. And I think it has principally to do with the fact that what makes the reaches of the American River Parkway that I represent in District 1 different from all the other reaches is that they're immediately adjacent to a very tight congregation of social services that are intended to serve the homeless. There's really no way you can explain around that. That's a fact. So, I'm trying to think, I'm trying to be very thoughtful about this. I'm trying to do my best to understand staff's perspective, trying my best to understand what's important and what the priorities are for each of our 5 districts. But this has to be the year we take a big, bold step. We have taken tiny little baby steps coming out of the recession, and I think for good reason, not just the obvious ones about our, revenues being on a shallow slope as we come out of the recession, but what makes this budget cycle, again, different is the fact that we have had a year and a half to give a lot of deliberate thought to enhancing our continuum of care, including adding capacity. So I think the responsible thing to do is to take that bold step. At the same time, we are taking other bold steps to add capacity so we can answer the question, where will they go?
Okay. All right, Supervisor Frost.
So I, too, appreciate your passion, Phil, and I know you're highly impacted, and I know there are areas of the American River Parkway that are impacted far more than maybe I am, although Folsom and Rio Linda, Dry Creek, we have our areas. I also support preserving this resource that we have as a jewel in our region, but I have the opinion that what's going on at the American River Parkway is a symptom of, mental illness. I've been down there and I've walked through the camps. I've talked to homeless people. While I was there, I was approached by a man who walked up to me. I was a little bit scared, but I talked to him. And he was a veteran, and he said he comes down there every day to talk to his friend and try and get his friend to reach out for services, but his friend is challenged mentally with post-traumatic stress disorder. And so I have the opinion that a lot of what's happening down there at the American River Parkway has to do with mental health. And I know that the county, about a year and a half ago, determined that they had a real problem, and they hired someone who was specialized and well qualified, and the staff have been working on a plan over a year and a half to try to identify solutions to our homeless problem, and we have a comprehensive plan that we have voted to endorse, and that we'll be voting on within this budget that adds an additional $6.5 million? $6.5 million plus an extra $600,000 to regional parks, which probably isn't enough for what parks needs. But the problem, the point that I would like to go back to is that I'm not so sure it's not a symptom of the real problem, which we are investing in with this budget in a big way, and it may take time for it to play out. Also, there is so many different, just like it is with homelessness, I imagine that at the Park and Rec, there's different ways to tackle some of the different problems, you know, full-time employees versus outsourcing cleanup, and how is these wraparound services that we're putting in place, will some of those impact what goes, you know, that population, and create resources, places for those people to go, which will actually help the problem at the rivers, in the parkway. So I would hate to do a knee-jerk. I mean, I feel like we're already on the right track to invest quite a bit of money into homelessness and mental health and wraparound services and resources, and work our way through that a little, not forgetting that we need more resources at the parkway, but rather than make a quick decision on that, see how it plays out. Give the staffs a chance to play out their plan and see where that takes us over time.
Can I point out something? The reason I got clarification earlier from our county CEO about this team, not plural, singular, this team, and how long they've already been deployed. Well, since January. So you saw what you saw in the video.
What team are you speaking to?
I don't know, I forget what they're calling it, the impact team for homelessness. So if we got this new team that's already deployed, that is supposedly, able to do a better job, why is it I'm going back out to the same spots 3 weeks at a time, seeing even worse impact?
I think what's happening here is they had a big job. They had to analyze what is the problem, what are we investing, where are we investing it, what kind of impact are we getting, and where can we fill the gaps. And so we're just, it's not, it took us time to get here. Over time, it was mental health resources that were shut down. It's over time that this problem has actually exacerbated, and I think it will take some time and the right resources to get to the heart of the problem, and then some of these symptoms, I believe, will be relieved. But I think we're right there. I mean, we're right there to start the plan. That's where we're at with this budget. So I think we should give them a chance before we, this is just my opinion, we should give it a chance to at least get out of the chute before we start rewriting the plan or adding to the plan.
I've given it almost 7 years and I'm totally dissatisfied.
I guess I would just, again, hearing the comments, and again, we're, I think trying to give some guidance. I think the comments are very important because you get a sense of where members are, but I would just conclude that it's not acceptable what Mr. Cerna has described and shown. It's not acceptable what Ms. Peters has described, and again, I can get the visuals and those pathways and so forth and what we know exists. And yeah, I didn't get there overnight, but what's happened certainly in the Parkway in recent years, and what's now crept into neighborhoods, and what has been in our river, systems, our stream system. It's not just about some of the camping; it's the amount of debris, and then the conditions of squalor, basically. I mean, when you look at that, and again, that's the human condition, and so we're trying to address that and probably do more there as well. We've got an initiative that we're on 4 different fronts are pushing forward on, so I agree with that. It just seems to me, though, that accepting it, that even for a period of time, that's the way it's going to be, and it can't be much better despite our best efforts. And I think what we're doing is, it's got to be difficult for the teams of folks that are out there, for our rangers and for the cleanup crews and for the Parks Department. We hear certainly from the residents and business owners and others who, are part of that Parkway discussion, but it's got to be difficult for our folks. I mean, to go out there in those conditions every day. And so I think we need to supplement the activity significantly if we're going to begin to make inroads in addition to the other initiatives. And I think the fact that the Parkway and segments of it and some of our neighborhoods and communities and some of our streams are no longer welcoming to people, that's a bad sign. That's a bad place to be, because it may be perception and it may be reality, but if they're no longer welcoming, then what that does is set a tone, and sets a tone then for the premise that, well, maybe we'll go somewhere else. Maybe I'll buy a house somewhere else. I'll take my business somewhere else. I won't ride there anymore. I won't go there anymore. And then no matter what efforts, if we put 100 people at it and $100 million at it, you'll be ages in getting people to come back to those areas, if ever. And so I think that what it says to me is that we've got to, take a stand. We've begun this in this budget, but I think we need to do more. And so that's, when we're in the discussions tomorrow, that's where I'm going to be, is we need to do more. And we need to capture it. So.
And I also want to add, I would like to take a closer look at full-time employees versus outsourcing and what the cost differential is, because when you talk full-time employees with needle pricks and pensions and all that, it's a much higher cost than outsourcing to another company who specializes in that. So, I think this is something that it takes a little more time. That I agree we need more resources at the Parkway. I support that, but I think we gave more resources in different areas to the Parkway in this budget, and would like to just take a closer look at some of those, how those options play out.
That's good. That's good. That's good direction to staff. So, okay. Any other comments at this point? I think we had, bless you, good discussion, and I think it's a prelude to tomorrow. So, Mr. Gill? Yeah, good. All right. And with that, then we'll be back tomorrow in deliberations, and hopefully with some, further expansion upon the conversation we had here today. So. What? We just had public comment on parks. We're going to come back. We got other units. Did you sign up for parks?
No, I signed up for overall.
Yeah, I have that, Eric. You're still here in that pile. We haven't got to that part. That's later in the agenda, so if you can hang in there with us, so we've got that. All right, then we're going to go to the next budget unit and stay on track here. And we do have a few public comments, and then we have some on a good pile on Health and Human Services as well.
Next unit is animal care.
Right. Okay. All right. Next item is animal care. And then we have followed that Health and Human Services, and we'll be at this for a while longer this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, board members. Dave Dickinson here with Sacramento County's Department of Animal Care. Thank you for giving me the time to explain our upcoming budget for fiscal year 17-18. I want to thank Mr. Nav Gill, Rob Leonard, Britt Ferguson, and their respective staffs for approving our base budget and allowing me to tell you about some of the growth opportunities that we have this year. Our mission at the Bradshaw Animal Shelter is to provide public safety and to protect the health and welfare of animals in our communities through education, responsibility, and compassion. And we envision an organization, as you can see on the slide there, that leads with innovative and progressive practices to increase live release rates and improve quality of life for animals and people in our communities. Some of the people in the audience might not know what the live release rate is. That is the difference between the number of animals that come into a shelter at any given time period and the number of animals that make it out of that shelter alive. It's a very hot topic. It has been for the last 10 years across the nation in animal control agencies. I take it as a very important fact of my business. I try to achieve the highest live release I can with the resources I have. To give you an idea where we are in our shelter right now, this is just a snippet of the past fiscal year. We're not at the end of it yet, but these figures are through the end of May. Our shelter took in 12,585 animals this past fiscal year, and that's from July 1st of last year till now. And it's typically about 50% divided between cats and dogs usually. If you add those two up, it won't come to 12,585 because we do take in livestock and other animal exotics and birds and stuff. So the math won't add up right there. Where we lack in our ability is to return those animals to their rightful owners. You would think that out of approximately 11 or 12,000 animals, all of which, or most of which, had owners at one time. You can see at the graph there, only about 12% of them are redeemed by their owners. And it breaks it down there. The dogs, about 24% of the dogs are redeemed by owners. That's a huge increase over the last 5 years. It used to be less than 10%. Cats, on the other hand, don't fare so well. Less than 1% of the cats that come into the shelter are actually redeemed by their owners. We do post every animal that comes into the shelter on our website. We've got a lost and found site. We've got an adoption site. We've got a site for fosters as well. But cats are typically free roaming, and a lot of people who own them or take care of them, once they go missing for a couple of days, they assume that someone else is taking care of them. And they don't necessarily take the opportunity to come down to the shelters to look for those animals. And this is these figures are pretty typical across the nation as far as owner redemptions go. In the realm of adoptions, we did adopt out over 5,700 of those animals to new homes. So that's a very good figure. Not quite half of the animals left to adoptions. We've got a return to field program for the cats. As you know, not a lot of cats have owners, so we've got a program that we implemented back in 2012. This year we altered 1,242 cats and returned them to the same neighborhoods or communities where they came from. As long as they were healthy and thriving in that area before we got them to our shelter, we figured they had the resources or they had somebody that was caring for them. Some of those probably even had owners that didn't realize where their cat was for the last 3 or 4 days. So we've got that program in place. We do the spay-neuter on them, we rabies vaccinate them, we microchip them, and we put them right back out where they came from. And I'm happy to say that the return rate on those cats is very small. We don't get those cats back in the shelter. We also have a very good rescue program. Last year we rescued out over 1,000 animals, 1,057. We'd like to do a lot more work in that area. As far as the live release rate, up until May 31st of this year, just a few weeks ago, our shelter was operating at about a 78% or almost 79% live release rate. Some of you might not know, but there's a move across the nation that has been called the no-kill movement. In order for you to call yourself a no-kill shelter, you need to be 90% or above. Some argue it's 90, 91, 92, 93%, but right now we're currently about 10 to 12% below that rate. That last 10 or 12% for us to achieve is going to be the most difficult 12% we can achieve. I think I was speaking to you folks last year about the same time, telling you that we were going to try to do that. We haven't made it yet. We have had months where we have achieved that. We've had months where we've gone over 100% in live release rate, and that's just because of the number of animals that are going out of the shelter compared to what came in.
But just a few years ago, you were under 50%, weren't you?
Yeah, if we go back to 2012, we were around 57%.
Yeah, that's a huge increase, so you should be proud of it.
I am very proud of it. Our staff is very proud of it as well. Yeah, we had a couple years in a row now where we've hovered around 80%, and we're looking for opportunities to increase that up to the 90%. So if we go to the next slide here, it actually shows from 2012 to 2017 on a graph there where we've been in the shelter as far as live release rates. The shaded area there, you can see where it dips down below 60%. It did this year as well. That is what we call the kitten season. That's when the shelter is pretty much inundated with kitten litters from the community. In the month of May, we brought in, I'll go back to March. In March typically is maybe the very beginning of the kitten season. In March, we brought in 63 kittens, so it wasn't too bad. In the month of April, we brought in 296 kittens. Last month, in the month of May, we brought in 510 kittens. All of those animals need our care. They need new homes to go to after they've matured to at least the age of 2 months, which is the age that they need to be before we can spay neuter them. And so those kittens stay in our foster program or in our shelter, or unfortunately neonates that need 24-hour care, or those kittens that are 4 weeks or younger. If we don't have foster homes for them, they do get euthanized. And that's the harsh reality of our business. If we don't have adequate foster space or homes for them, or adequate space in the shelter, we just don't have a place to put them, and we don't have the necessary staffing to give them 24-hour care either. So going through 2012 to 17 there, you follow the graph. At the very end on the right-hand side, you can see October, November, December are months where our live release rate seems to skyrocket a little bit. That's because of the holiday season. We have a lot of adoption promotions then as well. But really, in August going forward is when they start to just begin to go on the upswing. And that's because all those kittens that are in foster from May, June, July have matured to the age level that we can spay, neuter them, and make them offerable for adoption. So in totality, the last 2 years have been very good. Like I said, about not quite 80%. So we're very proud of that. We want to keep that going.
Dave, before you leave, we have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Dave, regarding that right side of the chart, how do you get over 100%?
You start at the month with a set number of animals that came in the month before, so that doesn't count against the live release rate. So you can adopt out far more animals in that month than you actually brought in that month.
Is that a
standard? Because you've got fosters coming back from foster as well.
Is that a standard way that most animal care control units?
The formula that we use, we got it from the ASPCA. We had a partnership with them years ago. It's been since 2013, I think was our last year with them.
How should we understand that accounting practice, for lack of a better phrase here, as it relates to the overall target of trying to get to 90%? How does that 105% in this case, looks like close to it, maybe 103, affect the 78.78%?
Well, because we break it down, there are 12 months, so you have 12 different months or 4 different quarters of live release rates, and you have to get the average of that time period to reach your final, if that explains it to you.
Yeah, and Supervisor Cerna, what this graph shows is the live release rate on a monthly basis, as opposed to cumulative over the previous 12 months. And so this is showing, comparing the live release rate for individual months for the different
Except
years.
for when it goes over 100%, right?
And the explanation for that is, as Dave mentioned, is that it's reflective of the population on that date.
And a lot of the fosters that come back into the shelter are not considered new intakes because they never left our care, so they wouldn't count against your monthly intake. So that would make the number go up even higher.
But I guess I struggle with that accounting. I think, and I talked with Nav and Rob about this a bit, because a running total, because I get it as to how you calculate, you had animals in that went out that didn't count against but the bottom line is, Dave, and you know this as well as anybody, that, for all that were saved during that period of time, I took October through December for reports that I had, and that weren't complete, but I had somewhere in the realm of at least 250 animals, cats and dogs about evenly split, that were put down for a variety of reasons. Some of them were ill major, some were, but there were in there was ones that were classified as too old. There were some T&Ms, trainable, manageable. And so to say that we got 105%, I mean, it's just the way the numbers are telling you that, but that's not, you still had animals that were put down maybe in lesser numbers compared to what you had inflow. But on average, in your 78%, which again is compared to what it was a couple of years ago, it's a vast improvement. But you still have 3,000 animals a year in this last year that were put down.
That's absolutely true.
And so on the average, 250 a month.
But if you take the 3,000 animals that were put down compared to the 13,000 that came in, or 12,000 that came in, you get right back to the 80% or so.
Right. No, yeah, again, but I just think that for people to look at that chart and say, oh my God, they got 100% live release rate. Every animal came in, went out alive. That's not, and again, that may be the wrong deduction, but looking at that chart simply, I ask the same question. If I look at that, I think, well, how's that possible? Unless you're taking animals from other shelters because you're doing so good getting everyone out of there alive.
Yeah, we're not in that position.
No,
sure.
I know we're not. And so again, then that wasn't the picture you were trying to paint, but I had the same question. And I guess just I would say too, the kitten season, that we know that comes every year. I mean, that's nature at work. And to your point, that if you can't find more fosters, because they're not going to thrive, some of those animals in the shelter environment, we get that. But we've known that last year, we knew that this year, we knew that the year before. And so I guess what I'm looking for, and you're going to touch on some of this, is what is going to be done different so that next year we're not at 57 or 67, we're at 90 and running strong, because that's what's going to take building that capacity. And again, it's not all in shelter, it's what we do, and I think you're going to talk about that. But that's the challenge, is that this chart looks level on a running calculation at 90, and if you get one of those spikes that takes you over 100 because you did really well, okay, well in the sense that the way they accounted for it, but that's where I think you've got to run. You got to run at 90 if you're going to be, in order to make that no-kill factor.
I absolutely agree with you, and that's why I stated at the beginning there, I am committed to trying to get this organization up to the 90% and the no-kill status.
Right.
This year was a little bit different than the previous 4 or 5 years because, as you all know, the drought in California was over with. So we had a lot more resources out there for wildlife to multiply, which allows more resources for the feral cats and the community cats to thrive. And we've had a lot more kitten litters come in this year compared to last year. I think last year we had like 396 kittens come in the same month of May, and whereas this year we're over 511.
Well, and again, just to point out to your point, I mean, the inflow, and again, I thank you for providing the numbers. You've done that. I think that accounting is important. But in that month of May, when you put a lot out to fosters and we're able to, return some to the field, between kittens and cats, I think we put down 250 kittens and cats, and some of those would have been salvageable animals if we'd had foster for them.
Yes, if we had foster.
And so that says to me that any of the requests that come through, that we should be, again, focusing on just wellness, but then how do we develop that capacity? And again, I don't put it all, again, you can't do it alone, but whatever structure we put in place, kind of going back to what we've talked about in years past, and you were here a year ago, and again, I know you continue to work at that. How do we get that capacity so animals that otherwise would be alive remain alive? And because again, you told me yourself a few weeks ago, and I believe you, that if those kittens can thrive, you can get it back, they're pretty easily adopted. But they got to get past the stage of risk.
Right.
And when we're flooded with kittens, we end up putting down animals that otherwise would be alive. And they'd be spayed, neutered, they'd be good pets for people, and could be returned to the community. And that's, to me, that's part of the no-kill philosophy.
Yeah, the most difficult part of that cat population is the neonate kittens that come in at 2, 3, 4 days old or a week old and need that 24-hour care. Otherwise, they don't survive even if you do put them in foster. So you've got to have those dedicated foster homes with people who have the experience and the ability to do that. And I'll get to what we're planning here in just a bit on that. One of the things that we've got to keep doing is provide funding for the spay-neuter programs that we have in place right now. Earlier this year, we met with our partners, the Sacramento SPCA and the low-cost animal clinic next to us, Animal Spay and Neuter, and along with Sacramento Area Animal Coalition, to try to address the overflow of animals coming into the shelters and the need for community spay-neuter. We feel that the more animals that can be spay and neutered outside of the shelter on any given time period will decrease the amount that eventually come into the shelter. So we reached agreements with both of those organizations, ASN and Sacramento SPCA, to ship some of our animals to both facilities. SPCA gave us Mondays. Every Monday we ship dogs over to them. for spay-neuter surgeries. And on Fridays, we ship 22 dogs over to ASN. If we don't have the dogs for that, then we can send far more cats over there. There have been times where we've sent as many as 37 animals or 40 animals over there on any given Friday to get them altered. After that's done, they are ready for adoption. They come back to the shelter, and we find homes for them.
And I would just say kudos again. I know you've worked really hard at that over the last several months, and it's been a challenge, but between contract vets and those you work with, our partners, and certainly in-house, but I think you've done an exemplary job in getting that down to the 1 and 2 day turnaround so those adoptable animals can go out the day that somebody comes in to adopt, and they don't have to wait 3, 4, 5, 6 days.
Our ultimate goal is to get them pre-altered so that when someone comes in looking for an animal, they can adopt it and they can take it home that same day. We're not quite there yet. A lot of times we are, but we've got so many animals in the shelter that we do have surgeries pre-scheduled, a day in advance. So sometimes people do have to wait that extra 24-hour period to get their animal. And we have in the past, when we've had weekends or holidays, of course, that puts the surgery scale back a little bit further, but I'm happy to report we did hire our second veterinarian just last week. She's got a full week under her belt now. We've got a veterinarian in the shelter now 7 days a week, along with the necessary RVTs to help them with the surgery process. So I'm hoping that we can get that 1 day down to 0 and we can get the pre-alters done. We're also able to do, with 2 vets, 7-day coverage, we're also able to do quite a few more specialty surgeries that our vets are always trying to sneak in in between the spay-neuter. So we're designating some time for those to help animals that have ACL ruptures or fractures, a lot of different things that didn't get done before, where an animal with those problems would be euthanized because we just didn't have the resources. Now we do have them, and we're moving forward with that as well. This slide, next slide, shows the number of spay-neuters that we've performed this past fiscal year up until the 31st. The projected number at the end of this fiscal year is 12,250. Last year, we did 11,244. With the new agreements in place and our vet on staff and stuff, I think we'll be able to reach that 12,250. We don't have too much time to go, but so far, our shelter veterinarians have done 1,604 surgeries, and our contract vets who worked in the shelter while our vacancy was there for the shelter vet did 651. UC Davis also helps us out throughout the year with their student program. They did 138 surgeries for us. Our partner next door, Animal Spay and Neuter Clinic, did 1,645 animals for us, and that was shelter animals. The SPCA did 173. That was a relatively new agreement with them, so that number's not so high right now. And our in-house program, the RTF program, ASN actually takes care of those surgeries for us as well. Those are the cats that come in that don't have owners but are thriving, are known to have resources in their area, and we return them to that same area. They did 1,560 cats for us this past year.
So they did 3,200 animals.
Yeah, just next door, you're right. Community-wise, Animal Spay and Neuter also does community animals for owners and ferals, and as of the end of April, they did over 2,000 spay-neuters on animals. Whereas a SAC SPCA, they do a Sunday clinic for feral cats. I think you're fully aware of that clinic, Mr. Natoli, and the need that's there for the feral cats coming from the southern part of the county. They did 1,400 of those surgeries. 208 were cats, 815 were county cats, and then 382 were what we call South County cats down in the Delta region.
They're a special breed?
No, they're not. They're the same as the rest.
River cats.
Yeah. And then we do have an agreement with Sacramento Area Animal Coalition, to whom we provide funding that comes from our licensing, sales, and fee schedules. And they did not quite 1,200 animals as of March 31st. We get reports quarterly from them, so that 1,193 number is quite a bit higher by now, I'm sure. In an effort to reduce our intake and increase the live release rates, we're going to continue to do our community vaccination and microchip clinics. We did an event just Sunday at the shelter using the Batmobile as a backdrop, and we did vaccinations and licensing and microchipping of 249 animals in a 4-hour period this past Sunday. We're going to continue the community spay-neuter funding for both SPCA and the ASN clinic next door. That's the $110,000 you see on the slide there. And we're going to continue the return to field program. Some growth there, $69,200 to keep that program going. That's a program that gets the cats out of the shelter, also helps greatly with the live release rate as well. In previous years, previous to 2012, feral cats really didn't have an option on what to do with them as far as once they came into the shelter. The vast majority of those got euthanized, and that practice has changed since 2012, I'm glad to say.
Dave, and I know you've hit on the cats, but you're going to talk to the dogs too, because again, that's something you've had to work on relative to making sure that the adoption fits are the right ones, and again, trying to socialize animals both in that shelter setting, but also then find the fosters for them, and that's an important aspect because that. Without that, you don't get to 90% either. So
and that segues right into the rest of the slide here. We'd like to introduce a new animal wellness initiative. It's a growth of about $62,000 to hire a couple intermittent ACAs to augment our foster rescue coordinator and the contracted foster rescue dog assistant position and the foster rescue cat assistant position. And we'd also like to enhance the foster program with a $30,000 lump sum of money to provide the fosters with aftercare for foster animals or emergency care at off-site vet hospitals in the county, which would then reduce the number of hours and time that our vets have to spend on those, and giving them time to spend more on the in-shelter animals as well as the specialty surgeries and their rounds. They need more time in the afternoon to devote to those critical needs in the shelter.
Could I just ask you one other thing, Dave, on that slide? And I know when you briefed with me last Friday, I raised the point about that is you provide the supplement, and if fosters, because when you look at how many animals, you got 580 or 90 animals out of shelter right now, right? And you got about...
Oh, well, no, we're actually down to closer to 400 right now. Shelter animals. Are you talking about foster animals?
Foster animals, yeah.
Yes, we have over 500 animals in foster.
Yeah, you were pushing 580 last week, I think. And so what you have is you have functionally a shelter and a half outside of the shelter with animals that are out there being cared for by folks who are generous in their wanting to help animals and help the community. And I guess what it says to me, though, that if you need to develop more capacity, you maybe we're maxing that out. Obviously, in the shelter at 400, that's a lot. So I don't know what strategies besides the level of support, maybe for the medical support, which is not unimportant, and I think that's good. But I do think that we need to be creative in looking at what we do relative to our fosters, who basically are providing the shelter in an environment that helps those animals thrive. I trust, and I'm pretty confident of that. So we got you got 400 in shelter, and you got 550 or something outside of the shelter. And maybe we need to look at, in addition to the medical support, which is a piece of that, and working to help develop a bigger pool. Maybe we need to look at our strategies. I know I've talked to you about this, Mr. Gill, and certainly Rob and Dave. And so that may be doing something that's a little different, and I don't know what they do in other communities. I'm not saying you have to pay folks, but maybe there's a way to incentivize that, because it's got to be a heck of a lot cheaper to keep them in foster than it is in the shelter, just knowing what that overhead, that shelter is, for the, what we provide there.
Yeah, currently, fosters basically do it out of the goodness of their heart. They're animal advocates. They love animals, and they're trying to do everything they can to help us.
But everybody else wants them too. SPCA wants them, city shelters want them, and so forth.
Yeah.
And so there's not, not everybody's willing to do that.
Right.
So.
Yeah. We could do a lot more outreach to solicit the foster people in the community to foster for us. So we need to get on our social media pages. We need to do a lot more of community engagement to get those fosters to want to come to our shelter to help us, and that's what this animal wellness program can go after as well. They would help with the behavior evaluations on the dogs as well, and cats. A big component of the animals in the shelter that have been there a while is the socialization of the animals. A lot of times the animals come into our shelter and they're very fearful of the new surrounding. They're fearful of all the strangers, and they don't react positively to people who approach them. So what I'd like to do is get a team together that can help those animals become more comfortable with the general public or people in general, so that we can make them adoptable. And we also need to come up with adoption promotions, and those people can help with that, and also do much needed adoption counseling prior to the animal going out to the home. And they can also help with pet retention. If once the animal goes into the home, there might be some minor issues here or there that weren't known at the time of adoption that can be worked through without the animal coming back to the shelter. What we don't want to do is create a revolving door where the animals are adopted out and then they're sent right back to us, and that just it doesn't work for anybody. You got a shelter that's not happy, you got an adopter who's not happy, you got an animal that's confused and not knowing why he's going in all these different places. So,
will they work on retention for folks that may want to surrender their animals? Because I think that's another part. We heard that in 2 reports that came to us over the last 2 years, is that's another piece. It may be a small element, but if you can help, if it's medical costs or some other things, that if we can help in some way to, again, so it doesn't come into the shelter system, it doesn't become a potential difficult animal, or one that then ends up being put down, and or one that taxes our ability. I think that needs to be a piece of it beyond just the adoption piece of it, is that somebody that can specialize and help triage that, and hopefully we have some support that stands behind that.
Yeah, that's not a part of this right here, but I hear you loud and clear. That is one of the more difficult things to do, is try to convince an owner who's already made up their mind and come all the way down to the shelter to surrender their animal. But we do have those talks at the intake desk now by clerical, who are fairly educated on what to say and get the reasons from the owner who's trying to surrender the animal, to get behind the real reason why they're trying to surrender it and try to offer solutions. But you're right, it's difficult to do, but I'm certainly open to trying.
And maybe it needs to go beyond the clerical. Maybe it needs to go to one of these ACAs, or maybe it comes to one of your seniors, or maybe it comes to you. Because again, if you can save 8 or 10 animals over the course of a year, not that you're necessarily going to always be trying to talk them out of it, but what is it that you need in order to retain that animal in your home?
Right. Yeah, and I think it would be more than 8 or 10 a year. I would.
That's good. And if they don't make them, because a lot of times they surrender them, and we end up putting them down. Not always, by any means. And so again, I guess my point is that if you're going to get to 90%, I think that's got to have to be another piece of what you do.
Yeah, and the ones that you can really go after are the ones that are trying to surrender a perfectly healthy animal. Right. And for whatever reason they didn't teach it correct manners on its upbringing, or their home environment has changed, or living condition has changed. So yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but we can certainly look at that. Next slide, that's the slide I was just on. Next slide, off-site contracted veterinary care for foster animals. That's the $30,000 ask that we have as a growth request, and that's going to be for foster animals that are out in the homes that need something more than just basic vaccinations. Vaccinations will continue to do at the shelter. They can come into the shelter and get vaccinated and go right back out, but oftentimes there are foster animals who are not thriving, and they need extra medical testing through blood tests, or they need radiography, or any number of other treatments from a veterinarian. And rather than having those people come back to our shelter for that service, which puts kind of a bind on our veterinary staff in the back while they're trying to do spay neuters and do rounds taking care of the animals in the shelter. I think having an off-site vet, a contract with maybe 1 or 2 off-site veterinary hospitals strategically placed where the fosters can go and not not have any problems having those animals seen would be a good thing to do. I've talked to our vet about it. He's all for it as well. He doesn't have any problem seeing foster animals in the shelter when he needs to, but I think this would be something that we need to put some parameters on it so people aren't just going, anytime they choose for a checkup, but something we'll have to develop with our own vets in-house to see what the critical issues should be seen at an off-site vet compared to coming back to the shelter. So looking forward to starting that program as well. In summary, we want to continue to work with the Animal Spay-Neuter Clinic next door, the Sacramento SPCA, and the Sacramento Area Animal Coalition regarding the spay-neuters programs that we've already got in place. We want to make sure we keep them funded for the upcoming year. We want to reunite pets with their families by encouraging the licensing and microchipping identification on animals, so we'll have the Batmobile out on a monthly basis for the clinics like we've had throughout the year. We want to provide good, safe homes via the enhanced adoption counseling and follow-up to promote new pet retention that hopefully the animal wellness team will provide us with. And we want to increase the in-shelter veterinary care capacity without compromising foster provider care. So we want to give them access to that off-site veterinary care. That is what we're looking forward to this coming year. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions, my colleagues? No questions. I guess just what I would pose, though, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into this. I guess so. Our goal is 90%. I guess I want to put the question out there. Do you believe that's achievable this fiscal year?
I think it is achievable. It's probably going to take us a while to get there, but it is achievable. By this time next year, I think I'll have some good news for you. Yeah. We'll get started on it right away if we're allowed to, and we'll tackle it head on.
Well, you get a couple of 105% months, and you'll be there right away.
Yeah.
So with that, okay. Well, I guess that's in a nice way. The challenge that I put out there, though, is that we know what we've been able to achieve thus far. But when lives are at stake, as we've talked about in other realms, they're human lives. But then, we can't fall short. We need to be. I want our shelter to get to that no-kill status, and we need to get there through the good work of certainly you and your staff and the community that surrounds us. And so that'll be the goal, and we'll be checking in, as you know, really regularly on this. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Mr. Is there anybody on animal care here wish to address any item on animal care? See nobody? Okay. All right. We'll go to next question.
Next one's Health and Human Services. Sherry Heller.
All right. We almost made it up here before lunch, but Sherry, he got you up before dinner anyway. And thank you. I know we have a number of people who want to speak as well. So.
Can you help me just get it down slightly? Thank you. Great. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will endeavor to be considerably more brief than you've grown used to from me. I know there are a lot of people waiting to talk about some of the activities in my department.
That's not a good start there.
First, I'll briefly touch on a question that Mr. Natoli asked this morning, get that out of the way. Sure. You asked for the status on the misdemeanor competency restoration program at the RCCC. That program started in December of 2016. We're spending just under $1 million on it. We have 8 beds available to us, and it's fluctuating a little bit, but most of the time we're using about 5 of those beds. So I think the overall question was, is it enough? Do we need more? And I would say not at this time.
The question actually was, so what's it freeing up at the mental health treatment center?
Well, the average length of stay is about 50 days at the RCCC. So even though we only have 5 people at any given time, the fact that it's freeing up 50 days is a lot of bed days. Yes. And so it is having considerable impact on our ability.
It's giving some community capacity. That was my point.
Correct. It is absolutely accomplishing the objective of enabling us to take people faster out of emergency rooms and from our mobile crisis teams. And it has absolutely freed up bed space at our inpatient facility, and it's been a good
Okay. Would that be something you could continue to track and maybe give us, again, without having some detailed analysis, but I think that's important because it's another piece of the picture that makes another contribution to hopefully, basically it expands services to the degree that it frees up those bed days and helps relieve for, the folks that are, in our care for whatever length of time. And
it is accomplishing that objective, undoubtedly.
Okay. Good, thanks.
I'm going to spend just a few minutes on highlights of this year's proposed budget. And the first of these has to do with continuum of care reform. Now, I've heard the discussion today, and I know that the term of art, continuum of care, means something to you in terms of homeless services. This is a different use of that phrase. The state legislation that we refer to as CCR, or continuum of care reform, has to do with ensuring that children in the foster care system are being raised by families and not in institutions. So it sharply limits the use of group homes, for example, and a great expansion in the need for foster families, which we now refer to as resource families. That's new terminology. And it's designed to integrate the notion of foster parents and adoptive parents and relative caregivers. The idea is that everybody's treated the same. It's an integrated process. You don't have to go through it multiple times if you end up adopting the child that you've been fostering and so forth. We did get funding for some staff to make sure that that unified approval process goes smoothly. We began in January, and now the state allocation that we're getting is for year-round services, the intent of which is to make sure that families aren't confused, that there's no disruption in ongoing cases as we implement this new process. Also under continuum of care reform is a requirement for child and family teams to a much greater extent than we've seen in the past. The fundamental principle here is that services are most effective when a family-based team is planning what should happen for a child and family, assessing, planning, monitoring, changing the plan, and so forth. It's mandated that you use these child and family teams anytime you're going to place a child in a treatment facility. In the past, if there's no mental health service involved, we haven't done these child and family service teams, and now we are going to be involving them nonetheless. I want to make clear that the 6 staff here include 2 mental health counselors from behavioral health. The idea being that if children aren't already involved in mental health treatment services, nevertheless, their plan should include some acknowledgement of the trauma and the impact that what's happened to them may be having. And finally, under CPS, there is some money from the state for our work on developing and testing and implementing the state's new IT system. All of the counties, all of the CPSs in California are totally reliant on the digital system that's built by the state. And Sacramento will have a role in helping develop this and test it and so forth, and they're providing staff for that. Moving on. More on the technology front. You heard Mr. Gill mention this morning that many departments were needing to update their IT. We have 2 purposes here. One is, you've heard us talking about before, the electronic health record implementation in behavioral health. We're having great success with that. Oh, by the way, you mentioned this morning about how we've improved the miracle. I think you said it was miraculous how we'd improved our mental health audits. And in part that is due to some brilliant diligence by staff who've done the documentation. And in part it's due to the implementation of this electronic system, which has helped us clean up our record keeping and produce the documentation we need.
Well, it's great to know we have miracle workers in our midst, and they have the tools to perform those miracles. So
yeah, some of them are in the room.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you.
The overall project here is one you've heard about before because it's a county-wide issue. All of us who are working on old software that will soon be unsupported are at risk of breaches and leaks and malware being implanted in our systems if we don't update our software to modern systems before Microsoft stops supporting it and sending out the patches. So we're involved in a systematic effort to do that. This past year we did it in primary care. The budget shows us doing it this coming year for the Public Guardian Program and for behavioral health, that is mental health and drug and alcohol. Overall, I was very interested to hear the discussion this morning of fleet management and how you budget to keep replacing and updating your cars. I think we have to get to a place where we're doing that on the computer systems too, as opposed to having to pitch a growth request every few years. I think that's all I want to say about the IT. The public health initiatives, I think, are mostly familiar to you, but the first one might not be. The 1.5 full-time equivalent public health nurses are not the standard public health nurses that work in support of the foster children. This is a very specific allocation to the state for a new mandate to monitor the prescribing of psychotropic medications for foster children. So I'm sure you've read some news coverage about how statewide there's over-prescribing or at least the lack of certainty that we're properly monitoring the prescribing of psychotropic meds for foster children. And that will be the role of these full-time equivalent public health nurses. Women, Infant, and Children is a federal program I'm sure you're familiar with, and it's caseload-based. We are providing here more dietitian time due to an increased caseload. They'll be doing breastfeeding peer counseling, high-risk counseling. Particularly, I thought you would be interested to know, this is at the Rancho Cordova and Oak Park sites, is where this additional work will be done. The dental transportation. The Dental Transformation Initiative, I think we've discussed quite recently because you folks voted to accept the money in May, and we'll be coming back to you in July with a lot more detail about how we're going to allocate and contract. I mention it here just because it's a really, really big initiative, and I thought the public should have attention drawn to the fact that we are going to get preventive care to children on Medi-Cal. We're determined to do it, but I won't go into any detail now because we'll do it in July. And finally, I wanted to talk about, well, I didn't really want to talk about it, but I thought you would expect or ask me to talk about our spending on inpatient hospitalization for mental illness. And the question that was raised quite recently by Mr. Natoli was, if we're spending some $28 million this year, why do we think $15 million is enough for next year? Is that realistic? And so what we've provided on this slide, and I'm not going to read you all the arithmetic, is the program changes that we fully expect to be implemented this year, how many bed days we expect these new options in the community to save, and what that's worth to us in money, so that you can see the $15 million is not an irrational number. It's not merely aspirational. There's reason to believe we can achieve it. And we built that number on the diversion from hospitalization that might occur because of the urgent care clinic and because of the new crisis program residences. In addition, not even built into this number yet, is the new psychiatric health care facility, the new smaller hospital, which it's still hospitalization, but it's a small enough facility that we would get 50% reimbursement from the federal Medicaid program for that. So that reduces spending as well, and we didn't even include that in this number. Now, if you ask me, okay, Sherry, are you telling us right now, are you committing to hit this number? Do you really think for sure that you can hit $15 million in spending? No, I can't make that guarantee. But in part, it's not because these other things will be late or because they will fail to do the diversion. It's because there's other things going on in the community that are generating more business. So we have these mobile crisis teams out there, and they're finding people. The homeless shelter will no doubt find more people who need hospitalization. And if we're, the training and sensitivity of the various law enforcement and police departments that are having them say, oh, maybe this person might need help, instead of an arrest, that could generate new business too. So I think we might not hit the $15 million, but I don't think it's because the things won't happen as we expect or because our plan is failing, but rather because we're identifying more people who need our help and are referred to our program. That's not necessarily a bad thing. My recommendation to you at this time is to leave this budget the way it's presented and perhaps reconsider in September. And I have a couple of reasons for saying that. First, I'd like to sort of keep the pressure on both the planning department and the providers who are submitting material to the planning department to issue these permits on a timely basis so that we can get our new facilities up and running. If we remove money from the places in the budget for the new facilities, I worry that people will drag their feet because the money's not in the budget. The flip side of that, of course, is I don't want to put necessarily more money in the hospital line item and have the psychiatric hospitals actually budget to achieve that revenue number. I think that provides potentially the wrong incentive or the wrong message for them. So I'm not guaranteeing we'll hit the 15 million. Right. It's rational, and also by the time we get to September final budget, we'll know more about how that IHSS thing affected the behavioral health realignment. There might be year-end fund balance in the realignment that we might be able to work with, whereas if we supplement this now, we have to take it out of some other program.
Okay, well, I would just say I appreciate the explanation, Sherry, and certainly the level of detail you've responded today. I guess just to one aspect, and I think it should have been known or embedded in the consideration when working for the crisis residential programs in neighborhoods and communities, that in many cases that's a discretionary action, at least at the Planning Commission level, and that processing that through community forums and then obviously getting to a point of decision is one that it's not real predictable from a timing standpoint. There can be certain deadlines established to try to meet that. And at the end of the day, not all cases by any means, but there's a risk in the sense that it might not be supported. And so whatever work was done, either provider and or county, certainly with the support and assistance of the behavioral health team, that still could end up with with an empty hand at the end of the day. And so I don't know, again, the status of these two. I'm certainly familiar with one of the proposals, but I know that we've been able to cite one. Is that right?
We have one that's operational.
One's operational.
We have an additional one, which we call the Henrietta property, which we're moving right along with and have had community meetings. Right. And we're expecting to be operational in December, perhaps seeing clients January 1. We have one on Marconi that's expected to be operational in about the same time frame, November, December, and seeing clients on January 1, assuming the permitting process goes as expected.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the explanation. I think that certainly gives a much more detailed answer to how you plugged in the $15 million, 15.3, whatever it is in the budget. So, all right, Mr. Stern.
Thank you. Dr. Heller, is that your final slide?
Yes.
I know that we have a number of folks that have been patiently waiting here to address the board, and I assume that some may want to address the board directly about $1.8 million associated with the Healthy Partners program. Mm-hmm. And I thought maybe in the interest of time and efficiency, if you could, I assume you're familiar with their position and their concern about the fact that they're viewing this $1.8 million as being unspent, and that could actually be used this next fiscal year to either assist with raising the age cap from 64 to something greater, or to just increase the total number from 3,000 to something greater than 3,000. So I'd like to understand from you your reaction to that.
Yes, I am familiar with the position, and just want to comment that our working relationship with the advisory group has been terrific, and so there's a lot of good give and take and mutual respect, I think.
And every piece of correspondence I've read recently, today and yesterday, begins with an acknowledgement that there's a great deal of satisfaction that it is achieving the objective that it set out to. So I certainly don't want to leave people with the impression that I'm critical of all the great work that's been done to date. I just think there's a continuing concern about the caps, the limits that have been put on the program.
Understood. It is absolutely true that we are going to probably finish the year with, I shouldn't say absolutely and then probably in the same sentence. Let me start again.
Absolutely, probably.
We certainly expect to finish the year with $1.8 million budgeted for specialty care unspent in the program. I appreciate the opportunity to state my observation, however, that phenomenon is not necessarily repeatable. It's not sustainable. At least we don't have evidence that that kind of spending level will be sustained. And it's because of how the specialty program rolled out this year. From July to December, when we gave the mid-year report to the advisory committee, for example, we had only spent $100,000 in specialty costs. In the second half of the year, we expect to spend $700,000 in specialty costs. So what's happening is more specialists are participating in the clinics, more specialties are being added. Just recently, we amended our specialty contract to add additional services to include physical therapy, gallbladder outpatient surgery, hernia outpatient surgery, retinal and other ophthalmologic, did I say that right?
You're the doctor.
Eye doctor stuff. Yeah, but my mother would say I'm not a doctor. In any case.
I thought you were going to be short today.
Sorry. That was as fast as I could go. In any case, what I'm trying to say is when we went into this, we expected that certain of these specialty procedures would be offered by volunteer doctors through the Medical Society's Spirit program. And not all of that has materialized as hoped. But we got to the point where if somebody needs a hernia operation, we couldn't wait 3 months for somebody to volunteer and for that. So we've added that now to the specialty contract because we're trying to take good care of people. And because of the services we're adding, because of the first year rollout where we only spent $100,000 in the first 6 months but $700 in the second, I would want to see that continue and see what the spending actually turns out to be before I know whether the $1.8 million spent is really money budgeted for the program that won't be utilized in the future. I should point out that it goes the other way too. We might end up with more money than we expect. For example, the visits to the clinic for primary care in the first months of the fiscal year were averaging $930 a month, which affected clinical costs and also pharmacy costs. Since February, that has dropped to 680 visits a month. So it may be that some of our costs will actually go down in clinic and pharmacy and up in specialty. We're just figuring this out. So it is certainly true that there will be funding left at the end of this year. My observation is that this changed so much during our initial rollout that we probably ought to wait and see how it shakes out when the program is regularized.
What's a good approximation of when you think that threshold is reached?
Well, it seems to me at least another 6 months, so that we can see if this is seasonal. Do the clinic visits go up again, for example, in the fall, as they did last year, or was that just a startup phenomenon and not a seasonal phenomenon? We need to see how the physical therapy and gallbladder and stuff like that goes and what it costs.
Fair enough. Let me ask Nav and/or Britt: is there a possibility that we could look at, in I guess it would be December, January timeframe, the condition of these funds that have been, I'm going to say set aside, that's probably the wrong way to say it, but appropriated and sitting there for specialty care, so that we could react mid-budget cycle if necessary, or be nimble if necessary, to respond to some of the suggestions that have been made by the advocates?
I believe so.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could I just, one quick follow-on question, though? So is the 1.8 million being reprogrammed for the similar amount for this year, or are you keeping some of that, recognizing that some of this has, as you've enrolled folks, people have care that continues beyond the fiscal year, that there are some costs associated with that, recognizing kind of this, getting a feel for what's going on. So how much of that is retained? Okay, Britt.
So the budget for next fiscal year for 17-18 is essentially the same as the budget for 16-17.
Okay, so it kind of goes, and that kind of goes to the point. I mean, I don't know how much I would retain, but you have people who are under care who weren't there a year ago when we started it, who are now there, and they get seen on June 30th, but then they're back again on July the 4th, and it seems to me that with your enrollment that you would retain some of that, recognizing the experience here is not yet known, and I can appreciate that. As Sherry, and I think, well, my point being is that you're building the same amount in, you have a little more than a year's experience behind this. You've expanded it, but people that are already getting services that will be a part of the complement, part of this pool of folks to see what it plays out, including new enrollees. You have a cap on the enrollees,
Correct.
right? At 3,000.
Correct.
And does that mean while somebody's being treated for their entire time, that until that person gets done treated, that no other slot opens up?
Sherry, you want to take a step?
Right, we maintain the enrollment cap at just at about 3,000.
Right.
We do have people who roll off the program for various reasons.
Right.
They move away.
Get better, or they pass away, or they...
Or they get insured.
But then we have a waiting line to get in, right?
Right. We generally have, I think right now it's a little over 300. I'm not finding my number as easily as I would like on the waiting list.
Yeah, well, I know Britt's looking perplexed, and so is Now, but my point being is that, people have entered the program, that we're treating them for certain illnesses. You have some idea of that. It doesn't just stop, at the end of the fiscal year. And so as a part of that and getting more specialty enrollments, I guess I'm just wondering if there's any residual. You're just budgeting the same amount for last year, presumes that you're going to have this capped amount of folks, and that we're going to come in under that cap. I guess my point being is that, to the experience, maybe we don't know that for certain.
I think when we look at this in January, the relook,
okay,
that will give us a pretty good insight where we are on this.
Okay. I'll explain to you further, since I still puzzle you by your look on your face than what I'm asking here. So.
Just say yes.
Yeah.
I know you're the keeper of the trust of the money, but
as I understand it, the unspent cash does not roll forward and increase the effective budget in the subsequent year.
I know it doesn't, and that was part of my question, whether there was any residual.
That helps me too.
Yeah.
So that 1.8 won't be there July 1 for specialty care or primary care, right? In addition to what's appropriated for the 3,000
Right.
for fiscal year 17-18.
It shows up in the county's fund balance, which you're allocating for whatever purpose you're allocating it for. Based on the data I see,
we got to go get it. If we come back in January, if we want to get it, you got to go get it from somewhere. It's going to have been allocated or spent.
The way I'm looking at it, Don, is if we do a look back in December, January, and by that time frame we see that there's something similar that's happening, there's an accruement of funding, it's not spent for, in this case, specialty care at that point in time, I think that's a decision point for the board, given the now, I think, requisite amount of history, understanding the nuances of the program, to have a public discussion about how best to appropriate those funds.
That's a good way to put it. How best to, because there would be options. Increased enrollment would be only one. There's other things that we're not covering, for example.
Right. Well, and there's competing. I'm hearing there's competing interest, preference, desirability of looking at raising age caps versus raising the total number.
Right. Those are the kinds of considerations that we should look at, so that we're not saying yes, no to an idea, but we're considering how best to use our resources.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you leave the podium, we've got some speakers. I want to ask about one other part of the budget unit, and relates to the Senior Volunteer Services Program. I noted in page, I guess it's I-40 of the budget, that it was on the bullet points, the Senior Volunteer Services Program will receive a general fund backfill of $254,120 for 2 existing positions and ancillary costs due to possible compliance and audit issues related to continued use of prior year funding sources. That's the Foster Grandparent Program, the Retired Senior Volunteer Program, Senior Companion Program. So what is it that we're having to backfill, and why is that a problem? And I guess I don't want to see this program jeopardized. Is it the same level?
The program's not jeopardized. Basically what happened was that state and federal money came out, and we backfilled with general fund. As you know, our policy has been is that state federal money goes away. We don't put general fund, but this is a program that all of us, Sherry, Paul, myself, Britt, felt was important to have the continuity and not have the funding fluctuate on it.
Okay, so is it staffed at the same level? It's the same program components?
Yeah, we're preserving the program as is. And the difficulty that we've had over time is we had balanced that program assuming so many clients were IHSS, so many clients were Adult Protective Services, and so many were other.
Yeah.
And more were other. And we don't want to be in a position of improperly billing to IHSS or APS for seniors who are benefiting from the program but who are not in those categories. So we're protecting ourselves from that. I would add that when we come back in September, based on the President's proposed budget, that program may be at risk again.
We're still getting federal funding for it?
We still are at this time, but there would be significant.
You just told me you just backfilled it, though.
We are fine now, but the President's proposed budget would make very, very significant.
Before we get it, there's a whole issues with the federal budget that we're still deciphering.
Right.
What programs they're going to continue funding, what they're not going to fund. As the federal year starts October 1, is what I think Sherry's starting to allude to.
Correct.
So are we funding it for the entire year, though, the 254?
Yes. Yes, we're funded for the entire year.
Okay. So what the federal government does or doesn't do doesn't have a net effect?
The budget that's before you maintains the program as it is for all of our July to June fiscal year, assuming that federal funding stays intact. If it changes in October, well, that's the kind of thing that's why we have a final budget process, right?
Right, but we're talking about general fund. Actually, I'm assuming that federal funds aren't a part of that.
Sherry just keeps coming back, everything September. If there's a budget issue that we get into, we'll see what we need to do with this. We have opportunity in the mid-year, some other time. Okay. But as of right now, it is funded. If the federal budget ends up cutting it out, it's a different discussion.
Then we have to face a different
it's a different discussion.
But it is funded, all right.
And it's not an issue. I don't want to mislead anybody that we're getting into a September type issue on this. This is not a September issue for us.
Okay, but I need one clarification then. So this is the entire funding for the program, or you still have federal funding in this program?
We still have federal funding in the program, and we've with the proposed backfill as was described, the program is solid, and we're not at an audit risk of overbilling.
Yeah, I got it. So I get that. So it's static with this money, but there's still federal funding dollars.
There's still federal funding.
This is only backfilling a portion of what.
Correct.
What's the entire program cost?
Sure.
We should be getting into what the federal budget might be.
No, I'm not. I want to know what the program costs us. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, I'm not asking that. I want to know, because all I want to know is that the program is funded for the entire year.
I don't know how much. It's funded for the entire year.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the commitment we made here on this one.
Okay.
If the federal budget changes,
I don't care. That's fine. As long as it's funded for the full year, is what I'm asking you.
And if we're going to start picking on one line item, as Sherry's going down the road, there is myriad of items that the federal budget could change on us.
Right. But I asked a question. I want to be sure the program was fully funded. That's why I asked the question initially. Okay, that's all I need then. I don't care what the federal state does. We're fully funding it with our general fund backfill, taken care of, end of story.
That's correct.
Good. Good enough for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sherry.
Okay. All right. We have a number of speakers. I know some had to leave. We got some emails for folks that were here earlier that I think will echo some of the comments we hear from folks on some of the items. So I have Rhonda Rios Kravitz, David Ramirez, and Susie Akala. I don't know if any of those folks are still with us.
Going once.
Oh, here's David. I see David there. So is Rhonda still here? Okay. All right. So David, then followed by Susie, and then Sarah Tisdale. Hello, David. Good afternoon.
Thank you for still being here. I'm David Ramirez with Sacramento ACT, which is a participant with Building Healthy Communities. And 2 years ago, the community came to this board with a request that the county restore health care services to undocumented immigrants in our community, those services having been discontinued in 2009. At that time, no one knew how many undocumented people resided in Sacramento or how healthy our immigrant community was, or what ailments they might present, or what per patient costs might be, if we needed more primary care or specialty care, and what about language and cultural awareness needs. In spite of uncertainties, this board voted 5-0 to establish the Healthy Partner Program in the Department of Health and Human Services. Healthy Partners now serves about 3,000 adults up to age 64. By all accounts, Healthy Partners provides a very high quality care to those Sacramentans who are eligible. Nearly all the patients polled by Healthy Partners expressed a high level of satisfaction with care and advice they received and would recommend Healthy Partners to friends and family. There is no doubt that lives have been saved and that many patients have experienced relief from their ailments and restoration to health. Healthy Partners is authorized to provide limited health care services by this board. Among the limitations are an age 64 limit and a 3,000 patient limit. These limits were applied to ensure that services could be offered for the full year and that the program could not be quickly overwhelmed by unanticipated needs. But some people got left out. 65-year-olds cannot enroll. Those already enrolled who turned 65 while on the program are terminated. What's more, no one can enroll at this time because the 3,000 slots have been filled. Healthy Partners administrators apparently do not have your authorization to see additional patients, even though significant funds, the $1.8 million talked about, allocated for fiscal year 2016-17 have not been spent. The goal of Healthy Partners advocates has always been to restore health care to all those who have nowhere else to go. Age and enrollment caps have become an impediment to reaching that goal. Healthy Partners administrators now have learned that per patient costs are lower than originally feared and have found answers to many of the original unknowns. I believe that they now can effectively manage the Healthy Partners program without a hard enrollment cap and without a discriminatory age cap. This will simply treat all the people They will simply treat all the people they are able to within budget and within guidelines they develop in consultation with the Healthy Partners Advisory Group. I ask you to eliminate age and enrollment caps to provide administrators the flexibility they need to maximize the benefit to all the people who have nowhere else to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thanks for your patience, and thank you for your comments. Okay, David's followed by Susie Akala, and then Susie's followed by Sarah Tisdale, followed by Nazila Sabir.
Good evening or good afternoon. My name is Susie Alcala, and I'm from La Familia Counseling Center in South Sacramento. First of all, I'd like to thank you, as David stated, for all of your votes in starting up the Healthy Partners Clinic, in which I know La Familia referred over 800 of our clients to that 3,000 limit. Which, as you stated before, and I'm very, very gracious, very, very grateful, and I'm speaking on behalf of our clients, that they were treated with the utmost respect, and on behalf of them, they were quite happy with their service and with their care there. But as David stated, not everyone has been included. There has been limits, and it's kind of very confusing for a person like myself that when there's funds on the table still and you know there's a great need, it's very, very frustrating for a person like myself who works as a community health worker. I am a liaison between the community and special social services. And so when they walk into our office, when they have a condition, I feel I'm their advocate. I'm their voice. Today I'm going to talk to you, just one of my many clients that we tend to there. I'm going to tell you a story about a young couple. I'm going to name them Stuart and Ellen. Stuart and Ellen are both 42 years old. They met when they were 14. They were high school sweethearts. And at the age of 19, they decided to get married and come to America and pursue their American dream. You see, they're from Guadalajara, Mexico. When they left that country, they worked very hard. They had 4 children here. And I know this because Stuart was part of our diabetic workshop that we offer there at La Familia as part of our wellness program. And that is also through the county. We work with the health education department there. And with that partnership, we were talking at one of these workshops, and in one of his sessions, he stated, we were on the subject of sleeplessness. And he confessed to me and us, the class, that he was not sleeping or eating. And I said, well, why not? What's the situation? You have to go through all these steps. Well, it turns out that his wife of over 25 years had died. She died December 24th of 2016. I'm over my time. She died of pancreatic cancer. So their children, which one of them, I don't know if I mentioned, I forgot, he is in the American Army Reserves, the eldest, and they're also grandparents. They have 1 grandbaby. But as I listened, as he told his story, he said just one day, he was walking down, he was driving with her. She looked a little pale, yellow, very yellow. So he said, are you feeling all right? And she said, I'm fine. It was during the Thanksgiving holiday. And so a few days later, she got worse, I guess. She wasn't feeling anything, but she went into an emergency room. That's where they found out that the pancreatic cancer spread.
Susie, if you could wrap it up. I know it's a very
Okay, I'm so
story.
sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm here just to tell you that there are people that are in need of care. Maybe she had no primary care, and she had no doctor appointment. So I'm speaking on behalf of this broken family that let's not leave any money on the table, and let's go ahead and serve as many people as we can in this awesome clinic. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for sharing the story, too. Okay, Sarah Tisdale, and I know that she was here this morning. I think Dr. Tisdale had to leave, but wrote an email to us during the break in support of the Healthy Partners program. Nazila Sabir, I believe he was here this morning and sent an email as well. Asad Awan. Okay. Cora Hardy. Cora. And then David Baker, and then Amy Williams.
Good afternoon to the chair and the supervisors. My name is Cora Hardy from Better Life Children's Service. And I just wanted to come today to thank you and say we are one of the awardees for the Cultural Broker Program Service that CPS sent out an RFP for, and I want to say thank you. And we look forward to this partnership to have an impact on the positive outcome for neighborhoods of Arden Arcade and Meadowview. So I want to thank you, and also I look forward to the partnership with CPS.
Great.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Cora, and we appreciate the thanks and your good work as well. Okay, David Baker, and then Amy. David. Here comes David. Good afternoon, David.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Dr. David Baker with the Sacramento Children's Home. I'm just here to express my support, our support, to assure that there's sufficient funding for the array of services, including intensive mental health services for foster care kids in the continuum of care reform. Also want to make sure that there's appropriate funding to fully implement the CFT process that Dr. Heller had spoke about. It's our experience that in the process of moving kids from group care into foster home or hopefully back to family or some other supportive individuals, that the child family teams have been essential to making sure that that happens, and more importantly, that we're able to provide those intensive mental health services and then follow the child out with the team and make sure that they continue to get the support even after they leave group care. So if the continuum of care reform is going to be successful at moving kids out, it's going to be important that those mental health services stay with the child as they move through, and the team is able to stay together, and that there's support for that. So I appreciate your support in that, and I echo what Dr. Heller said on that.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you again, David. Thanks for your comments. Okay, Amy, this time for real.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Amy Williams, I'm an attorney with Legal Services of Northern California, and I'm the co-chair of the Building Healthy Communities Health Action Team, and more importantly, I'm a member of the Healthy Partners stakeholder group, which a couple of us over there are. I want to acknowledge the people in the room that stayed that have the buttons. Those are also BHC folks, many of which will not be speaking for time, and also the 5 letters that we submitted that we gathered from community partners, Sierra Health, BHC, and some other folks. So Healthy Partners, as you've heard, has been successful. It's a shining spot for Sacramento. And due to your leadership, we provided a safety net for the most vulnerable folks left out of the ACA. And more importantly, there are patients being served in every one of your districts. Patients have a high satisfaction rate and a low no-show rate. Our medical community has really stepped up to provide hundreds of free hours of care, consultations, and surgeries. It's a team effort, and for the first year, Spirit was the primary provider of all specialty care, and that was free. So big kudos to the Spirit program. So this is about helping people get the care that they need. It's a very efficient program, and it's time to look at the data and make some adjustments and really some program rule changes. So after looking at months and months, years of data, 18 months now, we made 3 recommendations to the board. Lift the age cap, stop punishing people for turning 65 and becoming uninsured. We know of at least 10 patients who were grandfathered out of the program. Second, lift the enrollment cap. There are anywhere from 200 to 350 people on it at any time. On our June 7th Healthy Partner stakeholder meeting, we asked the Healthy Partner staff, do you have the ability to see additional people for primary care and specialty care with the existing budget? The answer was yes. We can, with the existing budget, see at least 1,000 additional people. I'm not talking about new money. I'm talking about 1,000 additional people, bringing it up to 4,000 with existing funds. So why wouldn't we? So the third recommendation is to allow the Healthy Partner staff, or selfishly, a combination of staff and stakeholders, to have the ability to adjust the number of people in the program and allocate the funding between primary and specialty care based off of the data, the patient surveys, the reports from the doctors that we receive in real time. If we had the ability to do that, we wouldn't be turning back $1.8 million, especially when one person died while on the waiting list. So finally, if you could add 1,000 patients to this great program at no additional cost, why wouldn't you do it? I mean, most departments get a budget amount, and they are supposed to help as many people as possible with that amount of money. We're just asking for that ability in Healthy Partners. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Amy. We did receive the correspondence. Okay, Guadalupe Ferreira, and then followed by Gabriel Aguayo and Adela Recio. And hopefully I pronounced the names correctly. Good afternoon. Good evening.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Guadalupe Ferreira, and I'm an ED Health Navigator with Sacramento Cover, and I have experience firsthand talking to people who have benefited from Healthy Partners. So I'm gonna just share today a story about. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. This is one of the many stories I have seen in the ER. So Wendy is a single mother. She ran away from domestic violence. She's very limited in many resources, financial and health as well. So she was rushed. I met her when she was rushed to the emergency room because she fainted at her work. She was diagnosed with high blood pressure, And then without any other resources, I refer her to Healthy Partners, which they were able to help her get primary care. And so now she doesn't have to think about where I'm going to get primary care, and she can focus on helping her 2 kids. Therefore, please eliminate the enrollment cap and lift the discrimination age cap. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for staying with us this afternoon. So, Gabriel, and then Adela, and then Vanessa Ortiz. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Healthy Partners Program. I would first like to thank the Board of Supervisors for approving the program in the first place. I recently moved here to Sacramento and became a health navigator with Sacramento Covered. When I first learned about this program, I thought about my own mother. My mom wasn't always on full scope Medi-Cal and used to have emergency Medi-Cal. My mom wasn't, I would have been glad to see this program like this in my previous county. Seeing my own mother not being able to see a doctor or even access primary care really affects you. Seeing this program in our community is very relieving. However, I came across people who would benefit from this program but are not able to take advantage of it. And the great service is due to the enrollment and age gap. I urge all of you to follow the recommendations of the Healthy Partners Program Stakeholders Group and terminate the age and enrollment gap. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Gabriel. Okay, Adela, and then Vanessa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Adela Recio, and I'm a health navigator with Sacramento Covered. I want to thank you first for your support towards the Healthy Partners Program, and also to ask you to eliminate the enrollment age gap, as my co-workers are here too. Also, as a health navigator, I see firsthand the struggle that our community goes through, get just health care they need. I have a testimonial, one of many people that we help. Unfortunately, he's not here because he was afraid to come. Mr. Dominguez went to the emergency room with back pain. The only thing that the doctors were able to do is just to give him some painkillers and then send him home. And they also suggest for him to go to do a follow-up with his doctor. He contacted Sacramento Cover for us to help him enroll in Healthy Partners. Unfortunately, he had to be put in a waiting list, and for today, he's still waiting to see a doctor. The first time that he went to the emergency room was at the beginning of this year. So we're just pleading with you guys to please help us enroll more people in Healthy Partners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adela. Thanks for all the work that you navigators do as well. So, okay, Vanessa, and then Gabriela Rodard, and Maria Vega.
Hi everyone, my name is Vanessa. I'm a health navigator as well. And first of all, I just want to thank you for the support you've given so far towards the Healthy Partners Program. But in addition, I'm also here to tell you a little bit about what I see every day at work. So back when the enrollment capacity hadn't been reached, clients were so very thankful to know they could enroll into a program that could provide primary care services even though they were only eligible for emergency Medi-Cal. Once the capacity was reached, it was a matter of having to tell clients that even though there was this great program in place, they couldn't enroll, but rather be on a wait list in hopes of a spot into the program. Yes, there are clinics that have a sliding fee scale, but for those clients that, for example, go to school, work to provide financial support for dependents in their country of origin, and are dealing with insulin-dependent diabetes, it would be a life-changing experience to be able to monitor and maintain a healthy lifestyle with the establishment of care with a primary provider at the Healthy Partners Program. Hundreds of people that may be going through the same situation as mentioned above are still on the wait list. Help us help them and lift the enrollment cap. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Hello,
Gabrielle.
Hello.
My name is Gabrielle, and I'm a health navigator from Sacramento Covered as well. In the beginning of the year of 2016, a lot of Sacramento residents were able to sign up for Healthy Partners. I want to share a story as well, how Healthy Partners impacted one of my clients, which I am going to name. Her name is Mary Cruz Reyes. She came to sign up her kids for health coverage and stated that she hasn't been feeling well. I signed her up with Healthy Partners, and Healthy Partners team discovered that she had thyroid problems. The clinic was able to provide all those tests needed, medication, and even health classes to prevent the risk to make it worse. Now as I see more clients, I experience the same thing where they get comfortable into sharing their medical needs and their medical problems and see if I have any suggestions other than the ER. It's frustrating when I can inform them about the Healthy Partners Clinic and all they can offer, but place them on a waiting list. Please eliminate the enrollment cap and help more people get a chance to experience this service we have in our community.
Great. Thanks,
Thank
Gabrielle.
you.
Okay, Maria Vega, and then Claudia Martin, and then Griselda Zamora. Those are the last three I have signed up on this item.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria. I'm a health navigator with Sacramento Covered as well. I, first of all, would like to thank the supervisors for their support of the Healthy Partners program this past year. It has proved to be tremendously successful. I'd like to tell you a testimony from a client who benefited from the program. She could not be here today due to lack of access to child care. Araceli went to the emergency room due to heart palpitations as a result of an anxiety attack. She has had these issues in the past and hoped to save enough money to go to a clinic that offered payment on a sliding fee scale. However, even taking a small amount of money out of her paycheck to see a doctor is not feasible for her family. This meant she had to let her issues escalate until she felt forced to go to the emergency room. There are many more clients like Araceli who struggle to receive basic care and are currently on the waiting list, hoping to see a doctor. Therefore, I ask the supervisors to please follow the recommendations of the Healthy Partners program and eliminate the enrollment cap.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, William. Okay, Claudia and then Griselda.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, thank you, the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, for having us here today. My name is Claudia Martin. I am a patient navigator at a local hospital. On a daily basis, I assist patients in the emergency department with chronic diseases such as diabetes and high blood pressure. Prior to Healthy Partners reaching its capacity, patients that I referred were grateful for the program. They were able to obtain their medication, receive education, and most importantly, be seen by a primary care doctor. I continue to see patients with these conditions on a daily basis. Due to the enrollment cap, these patients are now placed on a Healthy Partners wait list. Although these patients are referred to community clinics for primary care, access to medication is a financial barrier in which most cases patients cannot afford it. These patients are forced to make a harsh decision of putting food on the table for their family or buying medication. For this reason, I ask today the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to lift the enrollment cap and age limit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, Griselda. And if there's anyone else on the Health and Human Services, now is the time to get your speaker form in. Otherwise, Griselda will be last, and I have a couple. I know, Frank, I have you still. I have Eric, and I have Sean Dillon, so. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Griselda Zamora. I'm also part of the Health Access Action Team, and I would like to thank all of you for the support to the Healthy Partners program. This program is truly a benefit to our community. Healthy Partners has a positive impact on the health and well-being of its members. They're treated with dignity and respect. However, we have people on the wait list and others being turned away because of their age. More needs to be done, so I urge all of you to reconsider the Healthy Partners Program stakeholder group's recommendations and lift the enrollment and the age cap. Thank you.
Thank you, Griselda. Okay, well, thank you all for your testimony. That's all I had for the Health and Human Services. I have 3 other speakers. I'll take them next, but anybody else on that? All right, we do acknowledge certainly correspondence received from some folks that couldn't stay to the afternoon session. Okay, so I have 3 other speakers then. I have Sean Dillon. Sean still with us? Signed up early. There's Sean, been patient. Followed by Eric Frame, followed by Frank Topping. Thank you for your patience, Sean.
So good evening, Supervisors. My name is Sean Dillon. So really not a comment about the budget, just a suggestion about the process. The City of Sacramento does basically like community outreach meetings as we develop the budget. I'm thinking maybe the county can do that next year in future budgets where we reach out January, February as we develop the recommended budgets. Kind of solicit the community's input on the priorities and then apply those to the recommended budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Thank you for the suggestions, and thank you for staying with us all day long. Okay, Eric, and then Frank. Welcome back again.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I just want to remind that we have 13,000 homeless, and the number's growing. Some of that's due to the rent hikes that are currently going about, so rent control would be a good thing. These homeless are our citizens, they're veterans, they're families, they're children, they're mentally ill, they're elders, they're young. We need to focus on the root causes of homelessness. Some of these may be the low wages that we have. A lot of people are paycheck to paycheck. The second they get fired, they're homeless, you know. Lack of jobs, I don't know where they went, overseas maybe. Lack of affordable housing, of course. I think we could do a tiny house village for one thing. Maybe some apartment complex, and above all, perhaps lack of compassion from the people, from perhaps government bodies as well. My second point I want to make is that there's an item missing from the budget, which is more effort into the investigation and enforcement of laws in regards to child trafficking. The FBI has stated that Sacramento is a hub of child trafficking. The California Department of Justice put out numbers that said, I think the numbers are probably low, but they say 84,000 children went missing in 2016 in California. So I did the math there, that's 230 children missing a day. Given the fact that the FBI says that Sacramento is a hub of child trafficking, I think we could at least acknowledge this problem by putting it on the budget and having some funds given to the investigation of such matters. I would recommend making a independent, citizen-run, third-party sort of committee to investigate it, maybe with some vetted, clean cops that we know are really, clean and want to help out humans. So yeah, that's a lot of children missing, and I think it should be acknowledged at least.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to address the speakers, one of the speakers' comments. I just wanted to, were you here for the DA's presentation this morning? Admittedly, it was hours and hours ago.
Yeah, and I noticed she said 260,000 was going to something, human trafficking, and something else, so I wasn't sure.
I just want to underscore in her absence that I think we have a DA that is laser-like focused on the subject of children sex trafficking, and I just want to make sure you knew about that in the event that you were not in the audience.
No, I was here and I saw it, and I think 260,000 split up between the three items she mentioned isn't quite enough, and it should have an entire page probably dedicated, for the children's sake.
Okay. Well, thanks, Eric. And I think there are some other efforts that are coupled in our social services area, but I think you make a good point. Maybe we'll get some information to you as well. So thanks for staying with us. Okay, Frank Topping, and unless there's anybody else who wishes to address the board on any item related to the budget, Frank's going to get the last word from the podium today. And I think, Frank, you signed up for item 35. You wanted to speak to that in particular, I think, on the consent agenda. So.
Almost can't see that picture. That's this is Russell Bartholow. He was featured in Sacramento News and Review article titled "Sacramento's $100,000 Homeless Man." I'd like to dedicate what I do say to his memory.
Okay.
He passed away. I was able to spend some quality time with him before he did that. Also, Vinnie Collins, who was one of the two that passed away here on the steps of City Hall. And Genevieve Lucchese, you'll remember she tragically, very small picture, she tragically passed away in the alley behind McDonald's and Bank of America here in Midtown, Alhambra and K Street. Vinnie Collins here with his daughter that dearly loved him and has come out here from South Carolina to remember her father and spoke to the city council. I served on the envisioning work group for the $12.5 million urgent care crisis clinic. There were two psychiatrists on the work group. One was a child psychiatrist. Our most fundamental concern was that it would be a welcoming environment, a living room type atmosphere where people would be able to come and feel comfortable. All of these, some of you know I served on the respite work group and respite partnership collaborative for 5 years that also reduces the impact on the ERs. All of these programs are envisioned to provide that reduction in impact on the ERs. I highly recommend the approval of that as you get ready to consider it, and it's a good program. We put a lot of work into it.
Good. Well, thank you, Frank, and thanks for your service over the years, and certainly you have shared many occasions that from that very spot. I think your own experience, but also been supportive of a lot of good work in the community, so thank you for being here today. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, that concludes the public testimony for today. We've got some other budget items, and then we're going to, at the end of this afternoon, which should be fairly shortly here, we will adjourn until tomorrow morning and come back for any further follow-up, and then obviously deliberations by the board at that time. And we will reconvene at 9:30, is that correct?
That is correct, 9:30.
Okay. And we're not adjourning yet. I just want, in case people are leaving, they want to come back and see, or participate. Again, the public hearing will remain open. We won't be repetitive, but we certainly, if people want to attend and didn't get a chance to speak today, give them an opportunity tomorrow before we close the budget deliberations. Okay, with that, let's keep moving down our agenda. Thank everyone, certainly our staff as well. We're now to item 11, capital improvement plan, right?
Supervisor Natoli, we had sent our folks home on that one.
You did? Yeah. Well, you pulled the trigger too soon. You better call Chris and tell her to come back.
I think so.
Thank you, Nav.
Hey, he's not the chairman, I am.
No, they asked, okay, and we were looking at the time. It's a very quick presentation. Tomorrow morning we can start with that.
Well, how about IHHS? Rick's been here all day.
Rick is here. He said all.
That can be quick, so let's take that. So, all right. So we'll go to item 12. We're going to hold item 11. County exec's call on that one. You know Mr. Kennedy agreed with you. Okay. All right. Rick, you want to...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Rick Simonson with the IHSS Public Authority. I've often heard that we save the best for last. I just want to say, first of all, hello, Supervisor Frost. We haven't met yet, but welcome to the governing board of the IHSS Public Authority. Let me tell you a little bit about what we do.
Board we didn't know you were on yet.
Brevity, yeah. I'm getting to that part. Give me 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'll give you a minute back.
Rick always gets the award for the shortest presentations.
He does.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
The IHSS Public Authority has mandated to do several things. First is to negotiate wages and benefits with the unions representing IHSS caregivers. We are also mandated to run a registry. We help to provide screened and qualified caregivers to those IHSS recipients who might need those referrals. And we provide education to both IHSS caregivers and recipients. We are also under an agreement with the Department of Health and Human Services doing all of the provider enrollment for the IHSS program in Sacramento County. This last year, we have seen 8,000 people through our doors for provider enrollment, which includes attending an orientation, completing a number of forms, a DOJ background check. And we're a very small staff. We have 8 people who are somewhat dedicated to that activity. So that's a caseload of about 1,000 per person, which is pretty admirable. I want to give a shout out to those people who work so hard to make this happen. Before you today is our fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget in the amount of $1,776,940. This is actually a decrease from our fiscal year 16-17 budget of about 5.8%. This results from some decreased staffed expenses, some reduced overhead, and some increased reimbursement from the Department of Health and Human Services. Authority is also requested to enter into ongoing agreements with service vendors so that we continue doing the important work that we do. We've already talked about the Coordinated Care Initiative, so I'm not going to say anything more about that. So I'm just asking today for your, recommending your approval for the fiscal year 17-18 Public Authority budget.
Okay, and this is part of the consent calendar tomorrow, is that right? Or is it separate action?
Separate action for him.
Tomorrow or today?
We could do it today.
Okay.
I'll move the item.
They moved and seconded to approve the recommendation as outlined for the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority fiscal year budget recommended amount $1,776,940. If nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Rick. Okay. You can come back tomorrow if you'd like, but you don't have to. So.
Sat here for 9 hours for that.
Okay, that then takes us down to the concluding item for today, and we have, we're going to carry all this over till tomorrow morning, and we all have to start with the capital improvement program and then reports back, is that right?
That's correct. We have a couple of items to report back and then deliberation.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or, yeah, Mr. Cerna?
I'm sorry, maybe it's the lateness of the hour. Did we act on consent? Are we going to do that now?
No, that's wait until tomorrow.
Doing it
okay, we're going to carry it. Okay, got it.
Carry all that over. That'll all be carried over.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy.
Just a quick, be a little clearer than I was earlier when I was talking about the CalFresh program and the outreach and the contracting that we're looking at no longer doing. I asked for a pretty detailed analysis. In the meantime, I'd also like you to think about it overnight if there's any way that we can look at restoring that. I think it's economical, it makes sense, and it's a really easy way to help thousands of people that are facing hunger every day, so if we could do that.
Okay. All right. Ms. Frost, Ms. Peters, anything you want to, any further questions you want to direct to them? Come back tomorrow? You're good?
I'm good right now.
Okay, everybody's good right now, so that's a good time to adjourn, I guess. So, all right, so we will be back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Anything else, Mr. Gill?
Nope.
Okay, we'll adjourn. See you all back at 9:30.